Supervisor Parlin, we are unmuted and ready to go.
All right, very good. Good morning, everyone. I wish I could be there with you today, but I have come down with a cold, it appears, and I thought you wouldn't want me sharing. So I did talk to Vice Chair Thomas this morning, and she's probably going to help me navigate comments within the room there because it's kind of hard to do in a hybrid. We've learned in the past, so just bear with us, but we'll get through this. So sorry about that. And if it gets really awkward, I'll just hand it off. So be ready for that too. So with that, I will call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 25th. It's a special board meeting for the budget. And with that, first thing we'll do is the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So with that, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 1, do you have any changes?
No changes.
District 2?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes.
District 5?
No changes.
And I have no changes. Kim, do we have public comment?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Nancy Harrison.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Harrison. I'm the executive director of the Lake Tahoe Community College Foundation and wanted to thank the county for the economic impact grant.
Oh, Nancy.
Oh,
We're not quite on that item yet. This is comments on the consent calendar. So we'll get to that item shortly.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, then Kim, can we have a roll call to adopt the agenda and approve the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, John.
No problem.
Gotcha.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our first department matter, item number 2.
Item number 2 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint Daniel DeMonte as Interim Director of Health and Human Services Agency at step 4 of the salary range effective April 25th, 2022.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. As indicated in the title, I think is pretty self-explanatory. The step increase of step 4 is what is necessary to provide Mr. Del Monte with some additional compensation from his current salary to step into this leadership role on an interim basis. I will let the board know and the public know that my office is working with Human Resources on the recruitment for a permanent director, and that will come to this and open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, Vice Chair Thomas, are there any questions from the board there in the room?
It does not appear so. I'd just like to comment that just really appreciate Daniel stepping in this role and at this critical time.
Agreed. Supervisor Novacell, I'm going to rely on you to raise your hand on the Zoom hand. So
I will, yeah, but I will agree with Wendy and say, thank you, Daniel, for stepping in. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, with that, then Kim, public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 2. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, with that, we have a time constraint, so we're actually going to move on to item number 4. Kim.
Item number 4 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive a presentation on fiscal year 2022-23 recommended budget preparation and provide direction to.
So we're intentionally going out of sequence, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thank you.
Okay, to approve and revise Board of Supervisors Policy B16 budget policies. 3, approve the use of the transient occupancy tax sub-recipient agreement template. And 4, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or designee to execute the sub-recipient agreements.
Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So I'll just start off. We incorporated this April special budget board meeting into the budget calendar a couple years ago. And the purpose of the meeting is to update the board on where we are in the recommended budget process and to provide direction on some items that we were seeking direction for. By no means is the recommended budget finalized at this point. We're diligently working in the Chief Administrative Office to finalize the budget and to bring that to the board at the budget hearing in June. So we're going to go over some general things, ask for direction, but we don't have all the recommendations for the recommended budget.
Chair Parlin, could you double check? Doesn't sound like the volume's coming in very well.
I'm not having any trouble on my end.
Oh, you're not? Oh,
I'm
okay.
not. Yeah.
I'll check my computer then.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So as a reminder, we prepare the budget in compliance with the County Budget Act for government code. This applies to the county's discretionary funds as well as dependent special districts and other agencies whose affairs and finances are under control of the board. So every year requires a balanced budget. And what that means is our financing sources, our revenues have to equal our financing uses appropriations. So per government code, we have to have a balanced budget. We can't expect to spend more than we have in revenue in 1 year. So just briefly, there's more than the general fund in the budget. We have the general fund, which consists of property tax, sales and use tax, transient occupancy tax, franchise fees. These are the general discretionary funds that the board can provide their discretion and input on how these are spent for the most part. But in addition, a large part of the county budget is state and federal funding. And these are mostly the mandated programs like realignment of public health, behavioral health, social services, child support services, all of these programs where the county operates as an arm of the state and we get funding to provide a certain level of service. In addition, there's special revenue funds, and these are funds that are restricted for specific purposes. But we're going to spend a little time on the general fund, which is typical for a budget presentation.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parlin, I'm getting a message that they're not able to hear Emma. Can you hear Emma?
You know, that's so weird. I actually am doing fine, but maybe it's my computer setup. I mean, Emma, you're more than welcome to speak louder though.
Perhaps a little closer to the mic. I think we're having the same issue we did
Oh,
last
do we want to
week.
raise the podium up, Kim, like last time a little bit?
Yeah, that might help.
I'm pretty close, but.
There you go. Yeah.
So property taxes are the largest source of unrestricted revenue for the county and the general fund. But not only does it provide funding to the general fund, but about 24% of property taxes go to special districts. Schools, including community colleges, get 40%. Is my level of tone better now?
Yeah, looks like it. Thank you, Emma.
Cities get about in El Dorado County 4.7%, which leaves the county with 23.5% in property tax, in addition to the county's in lieu of vehicle licensing fees that we get from the state from property taxes, which is 6.3% of every dollar of property tax in the county. So this is a large chart, but I'll try to break it down. The green is our actual property tax, and this represents just current property taxes, not prior year supplemental property taxes. And then the blue is our budget. And so currently we're projecting to end the fiscal year at budget, which was 4% growth over the prior year. And we're in the budget and working with the assessor going to assume 4.75% growth in fiscal year 22-23. It's a conservative assumption at this point, and again, this is where we are now. Things might shift a little before the recommended budget is presented to you. Any question on property taxes? Moving on to sales tax. The minimum sales tax in California is 7.25%. And so if you total the penny there, that equals that 7.25%, showing where the different percents go through are apportioned by the state. And so you can see that the county gets 1% of that 7.25%. In addition, transportation gets 0.25. Then there's local revenue funds 2011, and then there's 1991 realignment, the public safety fund, and then the state general fund gets 3.9%. So sales tax is much smaller than property tax that we receive for the county, but currently we're projecting an increase in sales tax this year. We're projecting, we're projecting 18.5 million to come in this year. That's based on HDL, our sales tax consultants' current statewide projections on growth. And we're using their same assumptions to set the recommended budget for next year at 2.4% growth for next year above this year. So it is a conservative projection based on income from or input from HDL, but things could change with sales tax. As you can see by the gap between our actual and budget, sales tax is more difficult to predict than property taxes.
I do have a question here, Emma. I believe last year we were getting our portion of online sales, and then the state changed that. So is that correct that we are no longer getting online sales now?
It depends.
Unless you have
it depends on the provider. So
Right.
One single sales tax, one single seller changed how they distribute their sales tax. It did probably have an impact on the county, as we do not have a distribution center in the county currently. So we're getting less of that pool of sales tax. However, receipts are so high this year that it's more than made up for what could be as less from that one sales tax provider.
But we don't quite know what the potential impact of that one very large online sales provider could be. So
it is incorporated in this current.
Okay.
So we've had a couple quarters where the new formula has been applied and things are still increasing.
Okay,
So
good.
down the line, if activity does decrease, we could see an impact based on that. But right now, because activity is so high, we're not seeing any impacts.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, we still need to be very cautious that an adjustment is likely coming
Right.
in the future, and it could be retroactive. So
Retroactive.
there's a potential for that. So
How far back?
I don't know.
Oof.
So that's why we appreciate the board's budget philosophy of be conservative, and now probably more important than ever to be conservative since there's so much uncertainty.
That's important for us all to keep in mind.
Could you
Thank you.
provide a little bit more comment on the retroactivity part of, I'm not familiar with what legislation or whatever you're referring to, just to give us a backdrop?
That'd be a question for your auditor. I believe he's online. Maybe he can answer. that.
Okay.
Joe, are you online?
I am online. There is a large one of the world's largest online retailers has submitted a retroactive adjustment to a prior quarter's retail sales activity. And the state is still mulling over whether or not they're going to implement that retroactive change in apportionment of sales tax.
So Joe, when you say prior quarter, is that for year ending 2021 and the end of that quarter? Is that what you're suggesting?
Supervisor Novosel, I will send you an email. I believe it's the quarter ending 12/31/21.
21.
But they
All
will they'll just, if this retroactive adjustment comes through, they'll just take money out of the current, whenever they allow this retroactive
right. Oh, okay.
apportionment, they'll
Yeah,
just take sales tax from the current period.
Thank you, Joe. Can you help me understand who makes that decision to grant this?
Ultimately, there's a very powerful online retailer. And in some cases, they have agreements with localities to place major shipping warehouses in those localities.
Right.
Those localities get a huge bump in sales tax, but the localities have a agreement with Amazon where they give a major portion, in some cases up to 80% of the huge jump in sales tax back to back to one of the world's largest retailers.
Right.
Many people have asked, there was a bill that would assist for us to, there was a bill that would outlaw agreements of this nature, and the governor vetoed it. There's also been bills to require a lot more disclosure of these agreements. And that's somewhere, I don't think it has died in committee yet, but I believe it will.
Okay, so I still didn't hear who makes the decision. Is that the governor's call?
No.
Do we
One
know?
of the world's largest online retailers.
They make the decision. They're going to control how much money they get back.
It changed.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. It seems convoluted, but okay. I'll have to do some research.
Convoluted, and it's a 25-page overview of a legal analysis that I've seen, but it's very convoluted. But one of the world's largest retailers has, with the concurrence of the state of California, has changed the way they apportion the sales tax they collect.
Okay, thank you.
And there's been CSAC calls on this, HDL has calls on it. Everyone, especially in the foothill counties, is going to be adversely affected by this. And frankly, it's bad government policy for major retailers to give the sales tax that is required by the state constitution. The intent of the state constitution be that the money be paid for services for state residents. It's an abomination that these sales tax be given back to a retailer. That's not why voters accepted and voted for these sales tax, many decades ago.
Joe, you say this is from legislation, from state legislation that this bill passed?
There's legislation that was vetoed that would prohibit additional agreements with these major online retailers to give the money back to the localities. This major online retailer, there is a state constitutional issue with if the legislature just acted to state that online retail sales tax is paid, stay in the jurisdiction where the goods were delivered, there is a constitutional problem with the legislature just fixing that. But again, that's a very long legal analysis.
Thank you.
Okay, Emma.
Moving forward from sales tax, the board has established an array of general fund reserves and designations. I'm not going to go through each one, but the budget is the time of year when we can adjust these reserves. We can use them as directed for the for why they were established, or we can add to them per the budget policies. So these are the ending balances of the current fiscal year based on current board approval. If you change something between now and the end of the fiscal year, this ending balance will change, but we may, and most likely will, per the budget policies, add or use some of these general fund designations and reserves in the recommended budget. Any questions on those? Okay, as presented to you at the mid-year report, part of establishing the recommended budget is to estimate the general fund balance for the next year. How much will we have left over from what we had budgeted this year, and of excess revenues we'll be able to use in the next year. We won't know the exact number of fund balance until the financial records close in August or September. So when preparing the recommended budget, we have to make an estimate based on information from the departments to see what savings they have, and us monitoring revenues and projecting what those revenues will be. So currently in the recommended budget, and this could change by the time we finalize it, we have 4.26 million in carryover funds from capital projects for funds with the projects the board has already approved that will be carried over to be finished in the next year. Oops. Oh, my animation is not working properly. My apologies. Contingency, we have 19.6 million remaining in contingency. The board's approved using 3.375 million of that for a hazard mitigation grant program, but we're most likely going to be recommending carrying over the remainder of that into the next year. Then we have about 10 million in excess revenues based on excess transient occupancy tax, because that is in the general fund, sales tax, franchise fees, other revenues, public safety sales tax, and then about 12 million in departmental savings as we outlined in the mid-year budget report. The last one on general fund revenue. So basically fund balance relies on savings from the prior year. We typically budget it conservatively. If you can guess, if a department has a vacancy and they think they're going to have some savings for that vacancy, they'll think, well, if everything goes right, I'll fill that vacancy in a month, so I'll budget only a month of savings. But we know that maybe they don't get a good candidate and they actually have that vacancy for 2 months. So then they might have more savings than they're currently projecting because of that one vacancy. So the departments do make a good effort on projecting how much savings they will have in the general fund, but again, they do it conservatively. So there might be a little more between the recommended budget and when we actually get the financial records to close and the adopted budget. Moving on to budget policies, and I'm going to switch to Sue. Oh no, I'm doing it, sorry. So the board's adopted budget policies. Every year we review these budget policies and update them as needed. They were first adopted in 2015. We're not proposing any changes to the first 7 budget policies, and there's a red line and a clean version of these policies attached to the board item. We are recommending 3 changes, 2 minor changes and 1 larger change. So I'm going to go over the minor changes first. Back in 2015, when they adopted the policies, we had this policy 11, the designation for capital projects. Since 2015, the goal has been to increase that amount by $5 million. We're recommending increasing that by $1 million, and this is a goal. So if for some reason we don't have enough to put 6 million in, we wouldn't, but we want to increase the goal to 6 million just to reflect that costs have increased since 2015 and that we do have a lot of projects we need attention to in the county. In a similar thread, last year, the board established the designation for road maintenance with a goal to get $3 million annually of discretionary funding to the road fund. We would like to increase that to 4 million from 3 million under the same lines. It's a priority of the board that we have heard before, and we think this would be better able to meet those projects that the board is looking for. So the more thorough change, other than changing one number in the other 2 policies, is since 2015, we've had this other post-employment benefits policy. The board requested the Chief Administrative Office research establishing possibly a Section 115 trust or finding other ways to fund our pension obligations. Since then, we went out with an RFP to try to see what options we had as a 115 trust. But in talking with the auditor and the treasurer tax collector and looking at all of our options, and we've communicated this to the board prior, we're not recommending establishing that 115 trust, and instead have brought up this policy to kind of codify our current practice with the CalPERS cost increases designation that we adjust every year. The reason for this is it maximizes the board's discretion. A trust would limit your ability to remove or use that funding. This allows the board the most discretion in its funds. So basically we'll continue a pay as you go policy for pension liabilities. That was in the prior policy. This codifies the practice we've been doing at least 4 years. We have a CalPERS cost increases general fund designation. And so every year we'll pull from that fund, that designation, what we think will be the increase of cost of CalPERS cost for that year. And we'll make sure that we add to that designation what we would need to cover the next 2 years of cost increases from CalPERS. And the purpose of this is if we have some reason where we have a revenue challenge or CalPERS changes a policy that significantly may change what we have to contribute, then we have a little bit of a designation set aside that can kind of flatten out those increased costs. And it's not totally looking at just the current discretionary revenues to meet those needs. We put in some caveats that we may recommend the use of any portion of this designation throughout the year to meet costs, or it is at least 2 years is kind of the goal in the policy. So if we did have excess discretionary funding, we could add that to that designation and possibly in future years use that to make a discretionary contribution to CalPERS if the board directed. And in that scenario, most likely would work with our GovInvest, our pension policy consultant to help devise a strategic plan for that. But right now, this is really just codifying our current practice. Any questions on that one?
Are there any, I can't see you guys. Is there any board questions on this? Are we good with the policies?
I do want to discuss the amount going to road maintenance, because I would like to see it increased, if anything, beyond what's being proposed. And I don't know what flexibility we have to do that. But understanding the state of continuing deterioration of so many of our roadways, I think it's a very important priority to put as much funding as we can into this. Be great if we were a self-help county. We're not. But I think, the biggest complaint I hear all the time is our road maintenance. So we've got to try to do better in that capacity. And to me, that's more money. So I would be open to discussing making a higher goal associated with that than what you're proposing here. That's the only change that I'm looking at.
Yeah, one of the things I want to talk to John got, that was a good point you brought up. The road maintenance is a big thing, and especially with costs. And Raphael and I have talked about that a lot because of, the product and stuff that he has to purchase. It's, more than double. And that puts us way behind, especially on repairing our roads. So
Yep.
We need to take more money and put it to our road fund.
So that's why we're here today.
Okay.
To get your sense of priorities, and I appreciate how you frame that, Supervisor Heidel. It's a goal. We picked 4 million simply to demonstrate we're getting behind if we don't do anything. And you guys are well aware it's a closed system. If you put more money in roads, you're taking it from somewhere else. But no objections from staff if you want to set a higher goal than 4 million.
I support that direction as well, because
Yeah,
I have concerns that $1 million more is not enough.
No, it's not.
Agreed.
Do we do that now, or do we do that later in the discussion? Because I would propose making it 5 million and just put it in there.
I would appreciate that direction now, and we can end this discussion.
Let's go from 3 to 5 million,
Yeah.
because I think, again, it's a goal. If we have the resources, I think it puts the right emphasis on where they should be spent.
Yep, no, I appreciate that, John. I appreciate you bringing that up. I totally agree.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a consensus, Dawn. That's just direction, right? You don't need us to vote on it, correct?
I think we'll have a motion at all the end of this, and we can wrap that into.
Okay.
Wrap it in. Okay. Very good. Thank you, guys.
I'm sure Raphael doesn't have any objections.
He's not gonna like it. He's got more work to do.
Okay. All right. Then with that, are we ready to move on to the next part of the discussion here? Yep.
To summarize, we're currently finalizing the recommended budget. We currently have the general reserve set at 10.75 million, which meets the board policy of 5% of adjusted general fund appropriations. Contingency at 6.5 million, which is 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. The designation for capital projects at 6. It's we'll probably be increasing the general fund road maintenance to 5 if possible. And then the CalPERS designation, making sure there's 2 years of projected general fund increases in that designation. There are some items we already are anticipating carrying over from the current budget year. They'll most likely represent increased fund balance that will then get rebudgeted in the following year. And here's the list of those projects: the jail expansion project, the broadband grant match, the Parks Bike Park, goodness, the Shikori Garage project, the Spring Street facility, facilities planner, community planning, and the N65 conversion. The board has already provided direction on some things that are going to be included in the recommended budget. This includes the Wildfire Resiliency Office, $10,000 in emergency preparedness and response for emergency sheltering, the sports complex planning documents, the hazard mitigation grant project from the Wildfire Resiliency Project and from the Transportation Roadside Clearing Project, and then the homelessness projects that you outlined last week.
Now, question on that, Emma, on the homelessness projects, we aren't projecting at this time any general fund dollars for that, are we?
Currently, from HSA's budget, there are grants, and as they
Right.
outlined last week, we have grants outlined for all of the projects that have been directed so far.
Recommending that things can
Right.
change as we move forward and assess the feasibility, but right now, no general fund.
It's in the
dollars are
form of
allocated.
staff time, but not in the
Right.
form of real dollars to be used for a purchase of a property or ongoing costs or any of those types of things, right? It's really just staff time at this point. Is that correct?
And some staff time can be billed to the grants, but not all. So
Okay.
majority of it is state grants.
Okay,
Just wanted to clarify
Yep,
that. Thank you
understand.
so much.
There are some future funding needs that we want to just bring to your attention. These aren't included in the budget. It's probably not that these will largely come up in the recommended budget, but they are costs that will be coming down the line. Once there's the El Dorado Center replacement or relocation. Once the jail expansion is complete, there will be additional staffing costs to staff that expanded jail. The juvenile hall build, the street replacement costs, and then the Diamond Springs sports complex beyond what we have in the budget currently for the planning documents.
I do have a question on this, on the Spring Street replacement. So this year, as noted earlier, we have a planner, $500,000 for a planner to assess where we're going with this. What is our estimated time frame on the rest of the, actually redoing the psychiatric facility, the public health and senior programs?
I don't know that we have a timeline, Supervisor Thomas, because if you look at the list of designations for capital and you look at this list of capital costs, we don't have enough money to pay for everything. It's when is the jail expansion cost going to come? When is the new juvenile hall cost going to be built? And building all those in to see what gets ready first. The space planner is working on Spring Street. That is a very complex
Yes.
transition,
Mhm.
simply because of the services that are provided. And several dominoes have to fall to facilitate that. For example, the plan is to move the psychiatric health facility from Spring Street to the old juvenile hall. But to do that, we
Right.
have to remove the juvenile court out from under the juvenile hall. And to move them to building C, we have to relocate elections.
Right.
And so I hope that within the next 6 weeks or so, 6 to 8 weeks, staff will be bringing an item to the board for consideration to purchase another building to relocate elections,
Oh,
which is that first domino
okay.
to fall. And this week I have a walkthrough with facilities in the Superior Court on the changes they want in building C. So all those things are happening, but to put a timeline on is simply, we can't do that right now.
Well, it's great to know those things are moving forward and, in a timely way. And just thank you for that.
I had a quick follow, I'm sorry. I had a quick follow-up on that. So facilities, this is all facilities. And we haven't had a report on where we are on all these specific locations. Can we get I wouldn't call it a workshop, but just an update on where we are on all of this? Because, looking again on slide 8, looking at our general fund designations and reserves, we have reserves for some of this, part of this work, but, it'd be nice to see it all in a greater view of where we are facility wise.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Novosel. Absolutely. We had a presentation a few months ago, and you remember the board asked us they approved a contract to do an updated assessment of our facility infrastructure. We added some buildings that were in Tahoe that were not included when that assessment was done, 8 years ago, something like that. And so if the board is okay, we could bring that discussion back in the fall. If that works prior to adoption of the final budget.
I think that'd be timely.
Okay.
Thank you.
That should work, yeah. And then, just noting though, that the one cost in here in my mind that's different though is the second bullet, the additional staffing costs, because that's an ongoing, it's not a one-time, correct? So that's.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's kind of different than the others. The others are all one time
They're more capital.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Support.
Yeah. So, okay, just wanted to point that out. It's a little different. Okay.
Well, and we included the additional staffing costs for the jail expansion on this slide. If you recall, and you may not, because we live this, you don't, but when jail expansion was first started, we were estimating about $1 million in ongoing staffing costs. Well, that was several years ago.
Right.
So
Probably
it's going to be
triple
more
that.
than $1 million simply with salary increases. Sue, do we have an updated amount?
Okay. that's not bad.
1.2 million was the update we received from the sheriff's office a couple weeks ago.
So in that context, can you give us an approximate number for all of these? Because I read articles in the newspaper and stuff about all the money the county has, and what's not presented is all of the backlog of projects, particular capital projects that need to be done, which is why we're accumulating capital funds to pay for them. So there seems to be an imbalance when this information hits the press. So
Yeah, I'll take that one. And this question came up at Taxpayers Association today too. And someone asked me once, what's easier to manage, a county that doesn't have any money or a county that has cash? And many times it's easier when you don't have money. Can you just say no? But then you're not getting things done. So the board and the county have been very prudent to set up designations so we don't have to go into debt for another building like we did the public safety facility. If you were to add all these up, you're looking, and all the facility needs, you're looking over $100 million.
that's what I thought. So we're talking big
Yes.
money compared to what we have in reserve.
Right.
So, okay. Thank you for that. I think that helps set the framework of what we're trying to accomplish here.
Okay, we ready to move on?
The section where we seek board direction on some items that we've outlined. The first one is the El Dorado Hills County Water District, the El Dorado Hills Fire District, Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, ERAF, encumbrance equivalent amount. So in 2018, the board approved a resolution. Part of that resolution stated that annually the board will consider payment of an ERAF encumbrance equivalent amount to the El Dorado Hills County Water District. So the 2021 amount was $86,642. This usually is brought back to the board as a final payment late in the fiscal year. And so this is us seeking direction if this should be included in the fiscal year 22-23 recommended budget as well.
Is there any inflationary considerations with this money? I would think there would have to be. Is it 3%, 5%? Do we know?
We generally budget a 10% increase, but it comes in
10%.
well under that, but it roughly follows property tax increase.
So for this coming budget period, we'd be adding roughly 10% to the 86,000. Is that what we're saying? Another 8,600? Okay.
For our estimate, yes. And then the final amount is calculated by the auditor annually.
Okay, very good. I'm in full support of that, obviously. So keep going.
So is that consensus from the board?
Oh, is everybody good with that? Paying the ERAF this year?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
good.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Moving along, the Placerville Pool maintenance costs. In prior years, we've included $20,000 to provide aid for the maintenance costs for the Placerville Pool. The city of Placerville has made a request for 22-23 to consider increasing that funding to $112,568. The justification for that request is in surveys of pool users. They found that 76% of pool users resided outside of the city. So this is an allowable cost, maintenance costs per government code. In order to provide this money, the city, as we have in prior years, the county must find that the cost is increased due to use by non-city residents. There would be a resolution brought to the board for this payment, and any aid remaining at the end of the year would be returned to the county. To break down the costs provided by the city, here is the city's provided this table showing the different maintenance costs. We have highlighted in red some costs that could be considered operational costs rather than maintenance costs. And if you do incorporate those, if you do take out those costs that could be operational, that would bring the request to only $76,500. So we are seeking board direction on if we include the 112, 76,000, 20,000, or zero amount of funding for the Placerville pool in the recommended budget.
Let me jump in here. I am in full support of this. This has been a bone of contention, I think, and a point of discussion throughout the years. And the $20,000 was just a number in the wind, really, and it hasn't increased over the years. It's important, well, let me back up. There's sometimes a thought, well, what about the other pools like the Cameron Park CSD, El Dorado Hills CSD? Placerville is not a special district. The county and other entities get the bulk of Placerville's property tax, as we've already noted. For example, the city gets 4.7% of their property tax. Special districts get 24.7% of property tax. So that's a big difference. And the fact that over 76% of the users of Placerville's pool are county residents, it is only right that the county help support that pool, which provides critical support for the children and the seniors and the families of our county. I mean, senior programs, the after-school program, especially in the summer, where kids are in after-school care or daycare, not daycare, but you know what I mean, summer programs. They go to the pool, they use the pool. It's just a critical asset to the county seat. So I am in full support of this.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on this item?
I would also like to weigh in, having understood and studied this in the past, recognizing that a number of our seniors use this facility. It's very important the youth use it. I also support additional funding on this, but I do believe that when you look at how costly it is to operate a pool, that if you're going to have a pool, you have sunk costs just to run the pool. And that's what I think you've identified as operational costs. The propane, electricity, certification, chemicals, that's a decision that's made by any agency. If they're going to continue to operate, that's kind of a fixed cost they're going to run. And so I would think the supplementary part that the county should be participating is the actual use, the personnel time, the replacement parts, those kinds of things, as opposed to the whole 76% of the cost. But that's just looking at it from a perspective that it's the decision whether you run a pool or not, and then how many people use it is not going to change typically the propane, electricity, certifications, or chemicals and supplies. You've got to maintain the pool. So that's the way I view it, but that's just commentary.
I agree that probably certifications and even the electricity, but I would maybe argue that the chemicals and supplies are proportionate to the usage, because certainly, those of us who have had pools, you have a lot more chemicals and supplies with additional usage. That greatly impacts that. So I would ask the board to consider chemicals and supplies in that.
Yeah, one of the things on the chemicals and supplies, that chlorine is tripled.
George, your microphone?
Mine.
Yeah.
It's on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, chlorine is actually tripled in price from what it was a year ago. So a lot of it is, from what I've heard, is they've got a couple plants that are down, and that's one of the reasons why the chemical increase, especially with chlorine.
Thank you.
So I agree that the chemicals, but basically you have evaporation, a lot of other things, and that depletes the chemicals. So some percentage of it, are you saying 76% of the chemicals and supplies should be included? Is that what you're suggesting, Wendy?
That's what I am suggesting, which is
Okay.
per staff's recommendation, but we could, if you thought it was prudent, take off certifications and even propane and electricity, but I would leave the chemicals and supplies in that amount.
I think you're right on that
All
one.
right, thank you, George.
Okay, and I would agree with that. I'm not, disparaging that, but I think that's a reasonable compromise that helps support the residents of El Dorado County that don't live within the city limits to allow them access to the pool facility and stuff, because it is a highly utilized
It is.
resource, and we need to continue that, and we need to pay our fair share. So I think what we just determined is that fair share evidently comes out to be something like 47,000 plus roughly 30,000, $77,000, the three categories. You probably did the math already.
Yeah, let me clarify. I might have misspoken
Yeah.
before. So if we just remove the propane and electricity and the certifications, that is 76,500.
Okay, yep.
Okay, great.
If you took out the chemicals and supplies, that'd be more. So 76,500 sounds like what has been the consensus.
I would be in full support of that.
Yeah.
I would too. I would support that.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I, understanding that we have the same issue up in Tahoe, the city of South Lake Tahoe running their, Parks and Rec but understanding that our 56-acre lease will be addressing some of those, issues. So I'm comfortable with this understanding that our county residents also need to help in the share of this. I'm good. Thank you.
Great.
And I want to
Thank you.
thank the city for providing the breakout. That's what we didn't have in the past, in my recollection, is we just had a request. We really couldn't see the numbers. So again, data-driven decision-making, this is extremely helpful.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that this is a huge jump from what we've been providing in the past with the budget. And if we ever have a tight year or something, we may not go with this big of an amount. So just
Correct.
Yep.
It's
cautionary.
annually, like the ERAF. I mean,
Mhm.
that's the way I view it. It's an annual allocation. The then board decides if it's appropriate or not. So.
Absolutely. I'm just pointing that out. And especially because the California government code that we were looking at really is specifically for maintenance costs. And that's seems like a little bit subjective here today. So just throwing that out there, but I'll support it for today.
Thank you.
So we have full support from the board to do 76.5 is what I heard.
Yep.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. The next area for consideration is the ARPA funding. So if the board recalls, last year, we were notified that we would receive an ARPA allocation of around 37.5 million. You have a list of what the board authorized during their November 9th meeting for allocations. That totaled just under 34 million. So we were left with around 3.5 that was unallocated. Next slide, Kim. So since that November meeting, we've received 2 additional requests for ARPA funding. The first is from the El Dorado Hills CSD in the amount of 33,000 for COVID mitigation. And the other is from the Sheriff's Department for vehicle AEDs. So staff needs direction on those. And then if the board authorizes those 2 additional requests, staff are recommending that the board consider setting the remaining 3.4 million aside in an ARPA audit reserve.
I do have one additional ask for our board's consideration. As I was going through this last night and looked at the funding for the fairgrounds, I remembered that recently we were notified of the collapse of the infrastructure under the lawn. And Don, do you want to just kind of explain that for the board, or Tiffany, of what, because my understanding is that the Fair Association asked us if they could use the 813,000 part of that to address that critical infrastructure need prior to the fair this year, because my understanding is that that lawn would not support a carnival this year, which is critical. Is there?
Yeah, so back in November, when the board considered all of the ARPA requests, the board allocated the 813,000 for fair infrastructure projects. In between then and now, the fair did identify a critical infrastructure project that was not included within that 813,000. It is for the replacement of a culvert, as you noted. It's a sizable culvert, and the estimated cost for repair is 377,000. So staff spoke with fair representatives and, worked with them to see if maybe we could include that in the 813 instead of a supplemental request, but it's certainly something that the board could consider.
So I think I'd like to ask the board for your opinion to perhaps add 377,000 out of our reserves to just allow the fair to move forward on their projects and fix this infrastructure, recognizing how critical the fairgrounds is to the county in terms of emergency support, as well as revenue generation and just support. So just throw it out to my fellow board members for their consideration.
And one of the things I want to also bring up that the water agency, Colorado County Water Agency, has got 4 drainage projects that they're working on grant money to fix some problems. One is the fairgrounds, and one is Cameron Park. And then I can't remember the other 2. But anyway, you got to take that in consideration too, because that grant money could be able to fix that drainage problem.
So
This isn't drainage though. Yeah, you're right. The water agency is working on that. But
Supervisor Turnbull, when we received that additional request from the fair, I contacted the water agency and they said this is outside the scope of the project they're working on with the grants.
Okay.
oh, good thought though. Yeah.
Alright.
So
Yeah.
if I could ask, because I heard Tiffany, you said that you contacted the fair management and asked them about the 370, but I didn't hear what you said the result of that conversation, or was a result yet. Have they decided whether to work within the 813, or did they make an additional request, or what happened?
Yes, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office again. Yeah, I met with the fair manager and then we provided a memo to the board later outlining that they were going to work within the 813,000 to address this priority project. The impact of that they would be able to have less funding for asphalt repavement of the fairgrounds. And but they still were going to hopefully be able to address the Forney building project and the boardroom building project at the fairgrounds. But it would reduce the amount of paving they could do if they only received the 813,000.
But Don Ashton, I do want to be clear, the fair did ask for additional money beyond the 800,000 because of the expediency in getting the culvert repair done in time for the annual fair. My office allowed them to shift to that priority simply because we didn't have time to get to the board. And quite frankly, up until a couple of weeks ago, when we were doing our review of the ARPA funds, we didn't know where a funding source would come from for that additional cost. So it wasn't asked by the fair. They agreed to work within the 813,000. And now there is a funding stream here of the audit reserve. It's the board's discretion. I don't believe it's too risky. I think most of our ARPA requests are very solid and very minimal risk to an audit reserve. So it's up to you to decide if it's time to do it now, maybe wait a year and see, and there's pros and cons to both.
No, I appreciate the clarification. I just wanted to hear, I couldn't hear exactly how it played out. So I appreciate that. No, I agree then that we should go ahead and do the additional funding if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I think the fair has proven itself so worthy when we have emergency situations, be it fire or COVID or whatever, I think this is a good cause. I think there's a good nexus here. So I'm in agreement to add the extra 300,000 or whatever that.
I'm also in agreement, recognizing this is essentially one-time money.
Right.
But I think we really need to rethink how we operate the fair in the future, so we don't fall into this same bind, because there's a large list of upgrades and repairs that need to be done on that fairground. And there's got to be additional revenue sources besides one-time money to try to band-aid the project. So I'm hopeful we can find a way to make that more of an enterprise operation than it has been in the past, because then it will be self-sufficient. It will have great facilities and replacement of buildings when they need to be done, but it needs to have more of a capital replacement type of programming that goes into it, and then a source of funding to make sure those reserves are built up, similar to what the county does. So I think the model we're talking about today of what we're doing with this budgeting, if we can carry that to the fair board and the operation, we'll end up in a better situation in 10 years than what we're looking at right now. So I would just encourage that as part of this one-time money. It's not going to help in the long term. It gets us fixed for now, but it's a Band-Aid. We've really got to do more there to make it more operate like an enterprise, in my opinion. So I'm supportive of this.
I support it too.
And so everyone's clear, add the 377,000 and reduce the audit reserve amount.
Right. So it goes down to something slightly over 3 million.
Right. Just help make
Yeah.
some.
That's
Yeah,
still enough, I think, to protect us. So,
I
yeah.
think this makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that conversation. It helped to clarify what was going on there. Okay, are we ready for the next topic?
We are. So we're in a transition now. You see the slide is to talk about the county TOT budget policy and those allocations. One of the documents in your package is a request from the sheriff's office to purchase a helicopter and the ongoing maintenance costs. Since there is a discussion of using TOT money for those ongoing operation and maintenance costs, we feel it'd be helpful for the sheriff to present his reasons why he feels the helicopter would be beneficial before we get into the full TOT discussion. So if the board's okay, and I believe the sheriff is on the line now and is ready to proceed.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You got me? All right. So I'll apologize off the start here. I'm a little bit distracted. I'm at a California State Sheriff's Association, our annual conference down in beautiful Visalia. So
it is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice little town, and they treat us very well at these conferences, and we get a lot of good work done. Right now, we're in the middle of dealing with a bunch of legislation that, quite honestly, will hurt public safety and cost our county a lot of money should some of it pass. So we'll see where it goes. All right. So yes, I have a very brief slide. I submitted to the board a rather lengthy memo format type of letter to back up the justification for this program. I'm not going to read from the letter for the most part. I'm going to use for some bullet point topics, but the rest of it is there for your information. So I'll start off. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for this. I think that the time has come. This helicopter air operations have been in existence in our nation, started in 1966 with a program in Lakewood, California called Sky Night. After lots of that program was extremely successful. Since then, it's been a common tool for effective law enforcement in rural, urban, and suburban areas. We've been looking at this for a long time. Every agency looks at these types of programs, looks at the benefits, looks at the costs and the return on that investment. And we believe that the time has come. One of the biggest effects that we'll have is having a program like this in place, something that we've always strived to achieve, and the board strives to achieve. It's actually in our general plan, is that goal of an 8-minute response time to 80% of the county. And this will help reach that goal significantly. Okay, if you can change the slide, please. Right now, we contract and we use either the California Highway Patrol, Sacramento or Placer counties, their resources, and on those rare occasions, we'll use the Air Ambulance Services REACH or CalStar. That is a rarity when we use them because their limitations and their services don't really fall into the public safety need. But there are times when their mission does meet our mission, specifically on search and rescue and recovery type things. I was hoping to be able to show the board and show you folks that we ask a lot and we don't get that resource very much, and that's not the case. They are there for us a lot, CHP and our partner Sacramento and Placer. There's a table in here. You can look at it for responses and effectiveness of their.
Did we lose the sheriff?
I'm fine.
Appears so, yes. Is there any way we can connect via phone if the
Uh-oh.
video is not going to work? Could he go down the dial-in line? Is that an option, Kim?
How about that?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
You're back.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, okay. Where'd you lose me at?
John, we lost you when you were talking about the level of responsiveness from the CHP.
Right, the table.
Regards to your requests.
Yep.
Okay, well, as I started to say, I thought that those numbers would show that they would be unavailable a lot of times, and that's not the case. On the table that's in the memo, you'll see from 17 to 21, 2017 to 2021, we requested them 390 times, and they were actually there for us 374 of those, so 95% of the time. What the table doesn't reflect, though, is the times that they had to leave early due to things going on in their own jurisdiction.
Oops, we lost him again.
Yeah.
Nuts. Okay.
Oh, was he zooming in or on a cell phone, you guys? How was?
He was on Zoom.
He was on Zoom and he actually got the video to see if the audio would carry and it wouldn't, so.
Oh, there we go.
Looks like he's back on.
How
though.
about now?
Okay.
That sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my phone.
Thank you,
Okay.
Sheriff.
Yeah, that would be better. Thank you.
Gotta love technology, huh? Oh.
It's that broadband lack of. We
We're
get
working on
broadband
that,
out the
John. We're
state, we'll
working
have
on
it
that.
fixed, right?
We'll blame it on the broadband where he is, not where we are. How's
Yes,
that?
yes,
There
yes.
you go.
Must be
Visalia,
Visalia's broadband,
not El
yes.
Dorado County.
There you go.
Because we can hear you loud and clear, Chairman Parlin.
Well, I have been accused of projecting really well at meetings, so there you go. Oh, gosh. So he's dialing back in, is that it?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing him in the Zoom.
How's that?
All right, I think that's good. Let's give that a try.
That might be
All
better.
right, I apologize.
Not at
No
all.
worries.
Okay, so partly that doesn't reflect is the times that they've had to leave early. And also because they're coming from out of the area, their time on station is restricted due to fuel capacities. And also during that time, a lot of search and rescue. We use all our partners for a lot of search and rescue. As you know, we have a lot of transient population, especially in the summertime, up in the Desolation Wilderness and in the Tahoe Basin. And out of 105 rescues, 126, so some of them had multiple victims, 126 victims we rescued over that same time in period. So Kim, you can change the slide one more time. Thank you. Oh, I'm not there yet. Back it up one more. I'm sorry. There we go. So a little bit of an overview of the different capabilities. Besides providing the county with an effective, highly visible community safety and anti-crime program. Obviously, I mentioned the search and rescue missions, reduction of theft, robbery, burglary, and assaults, the increased criminal apprehension rates. A lot of these reflect just having a eyes on scene quicker. Reduction in the response times to emergency and in progress calls, improved drug surveillance and illicit drug activity, officer safety, investigating criminal activities when we need to use our other resources just to go up and maybe get some eyes on a location for a search warrant or for tactical operations, for SWAT operations, reduction in the number of pursuits. This is a huge one. Right now in today's climate and our practices and our policies, we pursue in a lot different, in a much different manner. We really take into consideration how many other folks are on the road, what the traffic conditions are like, and many other factors. And quite frequently, we terminate pursuits. Right now, hopefully we get enough information. We've got enough information on the vehicle, a license plate, and maybe we know who the suspect is, but there are quite frequently those times when we don't have that. And the old saying, we'll just catch them another day. Well, the nice thing about having air operations available is you can put an eye in the sky and just back off completely off the pursuit. The suspect thinks that you've given up, and they drive into a local business and park or whatever, and you still have eyes on, and you can catch suspects in a much more safe manner. So that reduces a lot of liability and risk. What else I got here? Traffic management, being able to determine traffic patterns, flows in emergency situations when we have these heavy storms. Also for when we're dealing with, such as the Caldor fire, with major evacuations, being able to have a little bit better eyes dealing with that and helping our resources out in that manner. And then also fire. Now this is a big one because when I get into that here in a minute, I'll talk about the types of platforms that we're looking at. One of the things that we believe is a necessity for our needs is the ability to carry a Bambi bucket or a water bucket. CAL FIRE is completely on board with this. If, say, we have a lightning storm in our county, kind of like how the Tamarack fire started, and we see a smoke column or there's a smoke column reported, we will have the ability to just go dump some water on it right now, rather than wait, rather than see if there's any type of management going on with that lightning strike. We're not even going to go there. We're just going to put it out. Now, there's a little bit of consternation with the U.S. Forest Service and some of their management practices. We will work through that with our partners with the U.S. Forest Service. But quite honestly, if a fire starts in our county, we'll be able to put it out, no matter how remote it is, if it hasn't grown too much by that time. Obviously, we do already have our air squadron. Our air squadron is made up completely of volunteers, and they're all fixed wings at this time. We have no rotor wings in that program. We will keep our air squadron. They're a very valuable resource, and they're free. So, but again, they are volunteers. So sometimes they're not available when we need them. But we do value them very much. Talked about crime detection and prevention, tactical support, vehicle pursuits, drug interdiction, emergency response and resource delivery, and fire suppression. So for today, one of the biggest questions is this funding. So next slide, Kim, thank you. So your sheriff's office, we have saved up $3.1 million of restricted fund balances, some of our restricted revenue streams. We've been able to free up $3.1 million of that for the asset itself. Yeah, that won't buy a new helicopter, but that should be plenty for us to locate and find a used helicopter on the used helicopter market that can be outfitted for our needs with the proper avionics, hoisting capabilities, and the Bambi bucket capabilities. Annual maintenance and operational costs for this program are estimated to be, talking with our partners, doing a lot of research, looking at a lot of other rotor wing budgets. We're estimating that to be about $800,000 a year. That includes all the fuel, all the maintenance, the downtime, the flights to and from maintenance. We will probably contract with a company to take care of our maintenance. There are companies out there, specifically in Auburn and in Woodland, where they just put you on a schedule. It takes care of it. You take it down there. For the major stuff, some of the minor stuff, they can come up and do the maintenance on it there. We will not be asking for any extra personnel costs for this program. We currently have personnel in the sheriff's office. One individual in particular who is a National Guard, Army National Guard pilot. He has thousands of hours in a Pavehawk or Black Hawk helicopter. He has so many hours that with the proper type certification on the aircraft that we eventually choose, he will be able to get his certified flight instructor rating and be able to instruct some of our other folks in our agencies that aren't quite pilots but have a lot of crew time on helicopters. So that gets us to the $800,000 portion of it, of the maintenance and operations. That is new money. That would be new money for the county to operate this program. We have asked for, and I've been in talks with your CAO's office, and I believe in one of their slides coming up, he has recommended a half of that, $400,000 out of the TOT funds this year to help ease into the $800,000 a year of new money for the program. Next slide, please, Kim. So at first, when we started looking at the program, I thought, oh, this is going to be easy. We'll just find a helicopter and when it comes time, if the board approves it, and we'll just do it. Well, it's not that simple. It takes a proper airframe to meet the missions that we would have in our county. We're not a valley county where we have low elevations. We need more power in our community. We have a high elevation recovery. We want to be able to carry enough water to be able to put out a fire when that need arises. So two of the types that we're looking at, and this by no means have we settled on this. This is just two of the types of helicopters that we have found that currently meet our requirements that can be readily found on the used market. One is an Airbus H-125 that is used by law enforcement throughout the nation very frequently, and also the Bell 407 GXI, which is also used by law enforcement. What I really like about them, to be honest with you and transparent, is the Bell is made in the United States. The Airbus is made overseas. However, it is used so much here that parts are very readily available, and all the maintenance and technicians that are here are very familiar with the 125, and that's not a problem. So those are just two platforms that we're looking at. Again, that's not something that we're buying right now. This is just two that we have found that meet our mission at this time that are readily available on the used market. Next slide, please, Kim. So where to do this? When we built our headquarters, a lot of folks have been asking, if you do this, you're going to land it right there next to the sheriff's office. And the simple answer is no, we can't do that. And there's many reasons. It is a safe in and out location, and it could be used for emergency situations. But one of the most important things that was said during the CEQA process for the current headquarters is that question was asked: will there be a heliport at the new headquarters? And the answer to that question was no. So if we were going to change that, we would have to go through a whole new environmental impact report, statement, study, the CEQA study, everything to change that. And quite honestly, even the in and out, even though it is safe, there's still a lot of residences around. There's a lot of infrastructure, our headquarters and the industrial complex. They're just south of us. So that is not a feasible place to have a full-time headquarters to run that operation out of. What we have identified, which would be the best place, and we have already talked to them, is Placerville Airport. Out on the east side of that airport, there's an undeveloped portion. It is ready to be put hangars on, water power, everything. It's ready to go. We just we would figure out a way in our restricted fund balances to find a way to put in a hangar there, work with the airport and the county to get that done up there and operate the mission out of that location. Okay, next slide, Tim. I think this will wrap it up. I think just simply, I think, folks, the time has come. You look at a lot of our neighbors and counties, jurisdictions that are similarly situated, and this asset that they have brought into their jurisdictions has helped them immensely. It will not be a full-time program, even at $800,000, one bird. We are planning on flying it probably about 500 hours a year. So about 10 hours a week, it will be actually in the air doing proactive patrol and or search and rescue missions. The reason for that is helicopters are they're highly intensive on the maintenance and the taking care of them, make sure that they contend that they fly. You have thousands and thousands of parts, if you think about it, on a helicopter that are trying to go every different direction all the time. So it take a lot of time to maintain and operate. That's the cost. But we believe it's time to provide a highly effective community anti-crime program, improve drug surveillance, increase opportunity for seizures, increase time, reduce response times to in-progress calls, support the county staff during disasters is something I didn't mention. So say during the Caldor fire, District 2 needed to get supervisor needed to get some eyes on. We could get up there and actually get some eyes on. Supervisor Novacell getting back and forth across when it was absolutely no way for you to do that. That could be handled at that time. Increased apprehension rates, facilitate the traffic management, everything that I had already spoke of. It just makes a lot of sense, and I believe that it is time. And with your approval of this program, I think we can join other counties and cities that recognize its value and ensure our safety and well-being of our residents, businesses, and visitors. And I hope that you'll consider programming this into this year's budget and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Vice Chair Thomas, can you help me see who has questions in the room there first?
Absolutely. And fellow board members. Okay, Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I want to thank you, Sheriff, and your department for the excellent report. It provides a lot of really good information, but being an engineer, I had a couple of questions. When you're buying a used helicopter, I'm trying to determine what is the expected lifetime with proper maintenance of a used helicopter. Are we going to get 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Can you give me a feel? If it was a brand new helicopter, I have a much better idea, but what is the expected lifetime for this resource?
If the helicopter is properly maintained, it's pretty much indefinitely. There's a lot of Hueys, old OH-58s, Blackhawks, everything that are still flying today because they were properly maintained. So buying a used helicopter, so again, I'm not the expert, but we got folks that we've been talking to. It's much like buying a boat. You have licensed surveyors, you have folks that can actually go through, they'll look at the log books, they look at the maintenance logs, and if they've been properly maintained and taken care of, they last. Just keep taking care of them. One of the biggest issues though, however, and you're right, I wouldn't say indefinitely, because the airframe itself does have a life expectancy, and that is the skeleton of the helicopter. So, if we can find a helicopter with 3,000 to 5,000, maybe even up to 6,000 to 7,000 hours on its airframe, and we properly maintain it, it will outlast all of us. We'll be fine, and we would not even consider spending the amount of money that they get for these things without doing the proper research and making sure that we were buying something that would fit our mission for years to come.
So kind of a follow on to that, do you end up with major overhauls with helicopter rotary equipment like you do with diesel vehicles, et cetera? And are those included in this operations and maintenance, which means you'd have to set aside a reserve for normal periods to accumulate the funds for those major overhauls?
Yes, that's part of that $800,000. That is, the little stuff, changing the oils, changing these little fittings, changing that little fittings. Those are cheap, but you have to save up and set aside monies for the major times, the transmissions, the engines, all of that. And of the $3.1 million, I'd also like to mention that that's not just a helicopter. I mentioned that we would have to find a helicopter for a reasonable price to still be within our budget after we fit it with hoist capabilities, flare capabilities. There was another the Bambi bucket capability. We're still talking $1 million or more to put the right avionics and all that other equipment on it.
Very good. Then the other thing is recognizing we've been using other resources outside the county, and I don't know if there's a reimbursement agreement for flight times or any of those. Is there any potential for some revenue coming if we get requests for use of the resource outside of our jurisdiction? Is there a potential for revenue from CAL FIRE or somebody else to help pay for the ongoing maintenance costs?
So the only one that I would be comfortable saying that yes, we would maybe be able to enter into an MOU, and it was actually brought up by them, was CAL FIRE, the one you just mentioned. We can enter into an MOU with them, and when their needs come up, it can be based on a time factor, so by the hour, so to speak. To try and I don't think it would be neighborly to try and enter into a revenue building MOU with our neighbors, such as Amador, Placer, SAC, CHP, whatever, because they have never charged us.
Yeah, no, and I would agree. I think CAL FIRE is the right partner for this, given the fire exposures and other things that we have. I would think it'd be very important for them to have that air view at certain times for incident command. I mean, it's far better than looking at satellite images that have changed over a period of time or whatever. So I think if we could set that up, that's a supplementary way of collecting some resources. And I guess I'm all in favor of this. I think it is time. I think resources are there. I'm a little concerned about the estimate for maintenance and operation. So we start with a not to exceed and we see how this goes, because every year it seems like it would be a TOT allocation the way you're requesting it. And I think that's a fair proposition. Or do you want a fixed amount every year with no inflationary going forward for multiple years? I guess I don't know the terms at which we're talking. Do we start small and then look at it annually, or do we set an agreement now?
So I'm thinking, and the way I thought I presented it was that 400,000 out of TOT is just an ease for you, for the board, for the first year. After that, it would be $800,000 annual cost for maintenance and operation, fuel, insurance. That's another thing that I didn't bring up. We talked to the county risk, and they said that their risk insurance, extra risk insurance, is included in that 800,000. Now, I guess you could say it would be like anything else. The status quo budget would be that 800,000 plus CPI or whatever you would want to put on it, but it would be it's a lift. It's $800,000, 400,000 this year of general fund, 400,000 of TOT. Should you go that route, and then down the road to free up that TOT, you're talking about $800,000 annually of new money.
Okay. And so if this were linked with the future item we're going to be discussing today, which is increasing the TOT tax, I would think we'd have really good connectivity. So I think we need to go forward with this. We need to attempt it. But I think we need to make sure that people understand that to maintain this resource, it is important for us to look at increasing the TOT tax, because the search and rescue part of it is definitely an impact from tourism. And those kinds of costs should be borne by the people who are staying here and paying those fees. I mean, it's an unequal distribution, but I think that's an appropriate use of those TOT taxes. So the TOT funds. And I think if we can build this as a condition at which we can continue the funding, if we can get the TOT increases approved, then we've got a winning proposition from the standpoint of the residents win, the visitors win. It's really an ideal situation if we can make all that work. So thank you for your inputs. I really appreciate all the hard work that went into this, and recognizing that operations and maintenance costs vary a lot from department to department, and experience to experience. But I'm ready to move forward with this personally.
Yeah. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, one of the things, it's almost like my campaign slogan, it's time. Anyway, John.
Yeah.
I think this is a great thing. It really is, especially when it comes to public safety. And that's a big issue with this helicopter, especially like the Caldor fire, which he talked about. And the only thing concerns I have is availability on parts and stuff, especially if we buy a used helicopter and the price increase on parts too. So we got to take all that in consideration too, so.
Before I turn it over to Supervisor Novosel and Parlin, thank you very much, Sheriff. Appreciate this presentation. And I agree with my fellow supervisors that it does seem to be a good time to move forward with this, that will provide just an increased level of safety and security for our vast county, which is incredibly difficult to manage. And you've done an amazing job without this resource, but I can only imagine what you can do with this resource. I think going forward, though, I do share concerns with my fellow supervisors that, you know, that we don't quite know what the operations and maintenance costs will be going on. And so I think we have a plan going forward, but I don't want to totally assume that TOT will fully cover that because we don't quite know what those costs are going to be moving forward. Did you have something you wanted to interject?
Yeah, I thank you, Supervisor Thomas. You know, if the board wants to move forward with this program, and it sounds like you do, the recommendation from my office is to use half of the operation maintenance costs funded with TOT. That's a guess, because you know, if we want to make sure we're consistent with our TOT policy as well. We don't have the data yet to know.
Right.
Over each year, we'll have better data to know how much is search and rescue, how much is impacts of tourism, and things such as that. So that number could go up or down,
right,
depending on the year from TOT. And if it goes down, let's say it drops down to 100,000 next year, well, then you have to fill that gap with general fund, as the sheriff said.
It's the same pot, you know,
Yes,
but
it's all
different pots,
discretionary
the same
money.
It's all discretionary funds. It's
but-
what you call it, the color, so to speak. But yeah.
But that was the point I wanted to make. I think there needs to be a nexus with the use of TOT funds to our board policy. And so, you know, maybe 50% will be search and rescue activities, but I think just going forward, we'll continue to see what fits, but I'm hearing support for this program and
And we'll have the
being
data to
flexible in the
know what the
future. Right.
appropriate allocation is out of the multiple sources of revenue.
Exactly. So I think this is a good path forward. So I'll turn this over to you, Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you, Wendy. So I totally agree. I'm very much in support of this. I think it is time. And I am concerned about our search and rescue operations of, you know, it's always been difficult. Never happens on good weather, unfortunately, where we can use the helicopter. So I'd be interested to see how much we really do end up using the helicopter for search and rescue operations. But that being said, it's an incredibly important part of today's operations. So I fully support this. It's Sheriff, I wanted to ask you, did you look at buying a new helicopter and what kind of impact that would have versus, you know, perhaps, I don't know, if they have leasing, net jets, anything going on with net helicopters? I don't know what other programs they may have, but you know, obviously I take it by looking at your extensive report here that you probably did take a look at that. I'm just curious what the difference would be buying a new helicopter rather than getting a used one.
So the difference be anywhere from twice as much to 4 to 6 times as much. They're a new bird. While that would be a really nice luxury, is just, I think, starting out a program and building the data, learning as we go. I think it's much more cost effective to start with a used bird to see how the program works out. We'll be very diligent. You have to be, it's not an option. You have to be diligent with your operation, with your maintenance. You have to be. So I think getting our feet wet in this way, getting into the program in this way, is the most cost effective, the most efficient way to do it. I'll be honest. I started out when we started this. I said we're going to do this with a Bell 530 or an NB 530 helicopter, and everybody came back and said, "Boss, that's not going to meet our mission." And I said, "All right, that's not going to do it." Well, how about this? I did a lot of research on my own, of course. You know, being very interested in it, and one of the birds that would really meet our mission is called an Eagle 407 HD. And it's basically the same 407 that I presented to you here, except what they do is they take that helicopter, it goes to a company in Canada, they completely rebuild it, they put a super powerful engine in it, and basically it can lift the same amount at 14,000 feet as it can at sea level. It's a very, very safe vehicle. However, it's way out of our price range. It's probably in the $6 to $7 million range just for that helicopter. That's starting with a used 407 and sending it to them. So the bottom line, supervisors, I appreciate your question, but I think on the used market, finding a decent bird that has really good maintenance records, that has been very well taken care of, we're going to be in good shape going that route and save a lot of money.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And again, I do want to point out that, on all of our TOT, we've made it a point that we want to have a nexus between tourist impacts or economic development and the use of our funds. But I think this has been pointed out by my fellow board members is there's an absolute nexus there when we're talking search and rescue and concerns with the increase in tourism, the increase in incidences because of that. So I have no problem with that nexus. So thank you. Appreciate you bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I have a short list of questions, Sheriff, and I read the report. Thank you. The document was really helpful in understanding the why and how and all that. But I did want to know, so if the helicopter is going to be stored, that's the wrong word, but used from the Placerville Airport, so how much time will it take for the person to get, I guess wherever they are? How's that? It's going to be a time thing a little bit. And in some things, I guess the time, well, this is all about time, right? And shortening times to respond to things. That's the gist I got from it. So just how many minutes or whatever, getting to the Placerville Airport's not easy. How's that? Let me say it more directly.
They will be stationed there. We'll have a hangar with an office in it. They will be stationed there. That's where their workstation will be. They'll work from there. So literally it's if they're not already up. So the way we envision the program to work is we will find our highest call for service times and days of the week. So probably Thursday through Saturday night, evenings. And they will be available, ready to go at those times, or if they're not already flying at those times. Should an incident arise where they are off duty, then yes, there will be an extended response for the helicopter. If an incident arrives where they are on duty, but they are not already in the air, it will literally be start the helicopter, 30, 45 seconds, and they're in the air and flying. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And then, excuse me, you mentioned the construction and all that of the hangar at the airport. Is that included in the 3.1 million, or will that be an additional cost? Or
if it's not included in the 3.1, if we don't get a screaming deal on a bird somewhere and all the other upgrades, then we will do our best to pull it out of our restricted fund balances. I am not exhausting my fund balances by any means, but we'll do what we can. I won't, my old saying, and it stays the same. My last resort is having to come back to the board and ask for money. I don't like that. So we'll do what we can.
And then just being devil's advocate, because I like to go there. What if we decide that this program just isn't working for us, or the costs are too astronomical? I mean, would you be, realistically, well, quite honestly, you won't be the sheriff at the time, but would the plan maybe be to pull the plug on it and sell the helicopter if it just doesn't work out, or what do you think?
Sell the bird, put our staff back in patrol.
Okay.
Back in investigations or whatever.
Got it. I have a feeling this is going to be really helpful to the program, but there's always that thought in the back of your mind, because this is something so new for us. I think those are great questions from everyone. So CAO, do you want some thought on this?
So Lori, I did have one follow-up and it kind of goes along with what you were asking about. How many qualified rotary wing operators do we have within your department? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Just to give me a feel for what happens if one of those resources leaves our organization, where we are, right?
So right now I have one pilot.
One pilot, okay.
Full-time employee, one pilot. I have 2 crew chiefs, and I have a retired annuitant from down the hill. I don't want to get to an agency or a name, who is willing to come on board as a retired annuitant and fly for fill-in.
All right, very good.
Has thousands of hours in a helicopter flying for police operations.
Very nice.
Excellent.
Okay.
So you do have some backup capability. Should the one pilot go out, you have a retired annuitant we could bring in and maintain the service, I guess what I'm trying to get to. So, and I think you might get some other retired annuitants that are interested. I know a couple of them that live within our district, so.
Yes, and like I mentioned too, one of the hopes is that the pilot that we do have on staff is deputy sheriff. Like I said, he has enough hours with the proper type certifications. He can become an instructor. And then those other crew chiefs and other folks that want to go that direction, he can get them up to speed and get them certified, and they can also be pilots.
Very good.
Excellent, thank you.
Anybody else? So what I wanted to find out is, so CAO, along the way, we've been kind of making our direction as we go. Is that what you want to do with this item too?
I would hold off on that right now, Madam Chair, until we get into the TOT discussion and you see our staff's recommendations. There's some recommendations we're not supporting. There's some we are. This is one we have identified funding in TOT for the program, but in fairness to everyone, allow the board the opportunity to see the whole context before making the final direction.
Okay. Except for, isn't half of it from the general fund and half TOT? Or am I?
Yes, that's the recommendation. The decision we'll want today after you hear the TOT discussion. If that's a priority for the board, we will incorporate that into the recommended budget.
Got it. Okay.
For this year, perhaps changing next year, obviously with data or whatever, right? So.
Well, and yes, but to clarify for everyone, for this year, we're talking 22, 23.
Right.
Next year
Yes.
would be 23, 24.
24, yes. Agreed.
Very good.
Future year.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Sheriff, for the information and the presentation.
Yeah, thank you all. I'd like to take an opportunity real quick, thank all our staff that put in a lot of hard work in this program so far and coming up with the data and putting it all together. And I'd like to thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I know this is a big lift, but I appreciate your sincerity and your interest in it. So, all righty, thank you. I'm going to go back to conference and
Enjoy Visalia.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Then the next topic, correct?
All right, the topic we're all waiting for here. So the next area of consideration is the county's TOT budget. Just as a reminder, back in 2019, the board shifted from a general plan policy on TOT allocations to a board budget policy on how they would go about allocating TOT. That policy places emphasis on funding the impacts for tourism, economic development, with consideration for tourism and promotions and veterans programs. And as I think we are all aware, you guys are both doing it. As we're all aware, TOT revenues have continued to climb over the past several years, with it ranging about 2.8 million in fiscal year 14-15 to a projected 8.25 million for this fiscal year. And let me say, you probably don't hear this all that often, but please feel free to interrupt with questions, because I know this topic can get a little complex sometimes. So the distribution by slope is what you see here. We are now able to fairly accurately calculate where the TOT comes from. So you'll see that about 6.4 million comes from Tahoe Basin, Tahoe area, or about 78%, and 1.8 million comes from the west slope.
Thank you for breaking that down. I know I always get this question in District 5, and it is important. I appreciate that. I think in the past, it's been around 65% when we did try to guesstimate. And I know this is still a guesstimate too. But I think the increase is obviously from the increase in Airbnb's funding now, or I should say their allotment of revenues for TOT, which has increased sharply the Tahoe Basin's portion. So I really appreciate so everybody can understand where we're at this moment. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that the breakout is very important because when you look at impacts from tourism, this helps you focus on where those funds should be sent, right?
Yes.
Because that's where the tourism is occurring. That's where the revenue generation is occurring. So thank you.
Exactly.
So just as a high level overview of what we will be talking about for TOT revenue and reserve. So we are projecting 8.25 million in TOT revenue for 22-23. We're projecting an approximate 5.9 million in fund balance at the close of the current fiscal year. And that fund balance is the unspent allocations in TOT that went out to departments, as well as revenue in excess of what was projected for 21-22. So together, those two sources bring us to a little over 14 million in TOT that the board has to allocate this coming fiscal year, 22-23. So assuming a status quo budget, so funding everything that we funded last year in our budget, which is about 6.5 million, there's a remaining unallocated TOT of the 7.67 million. And then in addition to that, and this is outside of the budget, there's the designated reserve of 2.3 million in TOT that the board has set aside for economic development projects, future broadband projects, and business incentives. Okay.
Mhm.
So going into more detail here, first I'm going to go through what that status quo budget looks like, just to remind you. And then we will get into the requests for TOT funding to offset the impacts of tourism. So, and we're talking about that 6.5 million status quo budget here. Last year, we allocated 373,000 to the treasurer tax collector. So we're recommending we do that again. Sheriff's search and rescue funding. We allocated funding for DOT road maintenance and snowplow equipment. And then the board approved a new VHR code enforcement officer and a VHR senior development technician. So there's ongoing staffing costs for those two positions. So then the total, the discussion, everything that I will be presenting is, I keep putting into categories for you to talk about the impacts and economic development, and then to a lesser degree, the promotions and tourism and veterans. So you'll see with the status quo budget, we're looking at about 2.9 million is going toward impacts. Then if you go to the economic development priority of the policy, 1.7 is going toward economic development programming. That's county economic development programming. So that's staffing and professional services that are located in the economic development program within planning and building. The second year of the Greater Sacramento Economic Development Council contract, a rebudget of the community planning funding, and then the $600,000 broadband grant match for the North County broadband project and the South Lake Tahoe broadband project. And then we're recommending same amount of funding go to the veterans as last year, And then the promotions, 620,000, that is year 2 of all of the contracts for promotions that the board authorized last year.
Let me just ask, with the Veterans Commission, there's no inflationary thing, knowing that, just cost of living changes, inflation changes, services, cost changes.
Staff are not recommending, I mean, there would be, increased salaries, of course, with the senior veteran services officer that are included in that. But
Okay, same amount as last year's what's recommended.
yes.
Okay,
And I think, John, part of that is a lot of the funding goes to grants, whereas,
yes, yeah, it
So-
does. But the grants go less distant with the value of money, but yeah, okay.
So then bringing the board back to that remaining 7.67 million on, to be allocated to tourism impacts. So the board on February 22nd gave direction to staff to reach out to fire districts and county department to solicit requests for funding to offset the impacts of tourism. The board also gave specific direction to fund 500,000 to the Tahoe Transportation District for regional transportation projects. So we received a little under 9 million in requests. So obviously the need is great. Fortunately, we have a sizable amount that we could distribute out there though. So one moment, catch up with myself here. So I will go through these. I do have detail on each of them, and it looks like most of our requesters are here in the audience in case you have questions beyond what I can answer. So we received a request from El Dorado Hills County Fire, El Dorado County Fire for direct response costs and equipment. You'll see that is 176,543, and staff are recommending approval of that item. These are all recommended for approval, so I don't have to say that each time. We received a request from El Dorado Hills Fire for equipment, Diamond Springs Fire for equipment, Fallen Leaf Lake also for equipment, Lake Valley Fire for their direct response costs and equipment. And that's a sizable request. You see that's over $1 million there. North Tahoe and Meeks Bay Fire for equipment. And then there was a combined request for 4 West Slope Fire Districts for equipment. So the total request there that we're recommending approval for is that 2.3 million.
And I do want to just point out real quick that when you see North Tahoe, it's because Meeks Bay has incorporated into North Tahoe at some point. And so that it's truly for the West Slope impacts of tourism within our county area on the West Slope.
Looking at requests from county departments that we are recommending approval. 2.5 million for the Tahoe Ambulance JPA building improvements. The 400,000 for 1 year the sheriff helicopter O&M costs. An additional 400,000 toward snow removal and equipment for DOT. 50,000 for DOT to perform snow removal on Class 1 bike trails in the Tahoe area. This replaces a request that we received from an outside agency that did not fit quite with board direction, but DOT was able to make a request on their behalf since they would be performing the work. Increasing the treasurer tax collector's TOT allocation to cover her cost recovery for her efforts to collect TOT. A request from Tahoe Paradise Park bathrooms, restrooms. This is to support DOT will be constructing a trail that goes through the park. So it's to offset the impacts of that. And then $1 million set aside for the Diamond Springs Sports Complex and 250,000 set aside for the Chili Bar Resort cleanup and restoration. And then you see the 500,000 that I mentioned initially for the Tahoe Transportation District that the board gave direction on February 22nd. Requests received but not recommended for approval include the $30,000 request from the Shingle Springs Chamber. Staff are recommending that the board defer this request until next year when all of the chamber contracts are considered. There was a request from Lake Valley Fire for staffing and insurance increased costs. Staff are not recommending approval of this. We typically use TOT for one-time costs, and we do not recommend funding staffing at an ongoing cost. North Tahoe and Meeks Bay, same. There was a request for staffing. There's a request from El Dorado Hills for a boat for Folsom Lake efforts. Not recommending approval of that. And then the class 1 bike path snow removal that I mentioned from the Bicycle Advisory Committee. And then there is a request from DOT for the addition of sleeping quarters to their Tahoma facility. We do not have, there wasn't enough funding available to approve this request, so staff is recommending defer this request, and if the board so chooses, then could fund if additional fund balance comes in.
So just really on that part real quick, I'd like to say this came in as part of a conversation, ongoing conversation we've been having up in the Lake Tahoe area about housing. It's just so critical, and employee housing, workforce housing, it's such a shortage that everybody has an understanding nowadays that it's partly the responsibility of the employers, excuse me, for their employees. And certainly that's been as I say, a big conversation up in Tahoe. And to that part, our county employs quite a few employees, and it's particularly hard to house them up in the Tahoma area where we have a station up there for maintenance. And we're going to be doing some work on that facility. It needs to be replaced and redone. And when it was brought to my attention, Raphael and I had a discussion about that facility, and we brought and started the conversation on, wouldn't that be great to be able to house our employees there? Because now when Emerald Bay closes, they have to go all the way around the lake. It's not just an inconvenience, it's a public safety and hazard and issue of going around the lake and not being there in a timely manner, and there's many issues involved in it. But I thought this was a perfect time to have that discussion about employee housing. If we could put a unit above rather than renting over there, which we've had to do several times, is to actually have housing over there. I think that would be a great opportunity. So it's an ongoing discussion that I hope we can continue with. And I would certainly recommend that if we have funding available to start the planning on this, being that they are already talking about trying to replace that facility. And I don't know if Raphael's there, if he wants to discuss that further, but I certainly think it's a discussion worth having as we move forward with funding, TOT funding.
So I have a question, I guess, relative to the zero sum game here. It looks like all of the $7.66 million has been recommended as an allocation. And then you're showing us the list that hasn't been recommended for funding. So if we came back like the one that Sue was just referring to and said, yes, we definitely want to include that, then something else has to be reduced by an equivalent amount, given we have a given set amount of reserve that we have to maintain in TOT. Is that the bottom line here? It's a put and take type of situation, right? So if we were to include that $500,000, we'd have to find some other area that we would subtract in total, or areas to take away that $500,000. So that makes it a little difficult given the current timing, but yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of not where I was going though. I was kind of hoping that we do have fund balance, either consider using that or consider when we have our revise in September, having a conversation. So one of those two areas, I do believe that this is less of a priority than what we've already got listed. I'd hate to try to be doing that is, figuring out what we don't want out of the list that we already have been looking at. I think there's funding either through our fund balance, or through a possibility of, again, looking at what we see left over in September as we've done in the past, either one of those.
Okay, so it would not be from TOT. You're talking about fund balance revenues to be expended
No.
as opposed to TOT.
Oh, we do.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Don.
I'm sorry. So when the year-end books close, we close the books for
everything,
property
right?
tax, sales tax, and TOT growth. So TOT could come in higher. I hope it does come in higher than what we're projecting. It usually does because we project so conservatively. But we don't know what that number will be. I think that's why staff essentially recommending to defer this until we see those dollar amounts and what flexibility the board may have at that time.
But put it on our radar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what all I'm doing is asking that, is that we do keep that on the radar, because I think it is going to be a really important project down the road. And so if we keep that on the radar and perhaps come back with that discussion in September, just throw that onto your quill there of issues in September.
I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, Supervisor Novosel. Makes it is worthy of discussion. Do you have further questions?
Yeah, I would like to bring
Thank
up
you.
the discussion on the El Dorado Hills fireboat. Similar to what we talked about, the helicopter, the proposed fireboat serves many purposes. It not only serves fire suppression purposes, but it's rescue and recovery. And I hate the recovery part of it, but that means you're finding a disposed body basically and trying to recover it and bring it back for the family, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's an important public service that largely the things I read in the newspaper are people from out of the area who come to Folsom Lake who have these kinds of consequences. More of the resident population seems to be a little bit more aware of what's going on, whatever it is. But I do believe that there's a TOT element part of it. And I think that should be given consideration. The tough part is when you say if you fund all of the request or half of the request, where do you take it away? And I guess I'm a little surprised that the Diamond Springs Sports Complex has $1 million with it as a park for TOT, because I personally don't see that generating a lot of outside interest. It's going to be county use primarily, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think if you remember when the board presented the idea of the Diamond Springs Sports Complex, it's revenue neutral because we are anticipating tourism and outside interest. That was the discussion at the time.
Right.
The other
To
reason,
what degree is it comes down to?
well, that whole fiscal analysis is attached. I don't
Right.
have it. But it's a guess, and
Right.
there's different opinions either way. The reason we put this in is because the grant funding, and Vicky's here, she can talk about it more if needed, but my understanding is the grant funding that's available now for the sports complex is far less than the cost of sports complex will be as originally proposed. So we're going to have to find some discretionary money to supplement that grant request or have a smaller project and do it over many years. That's the decision before you today, but that's why it's there. In regards to the boat for El Dorado Hills, and Chief Johnson and I will be friends after this, but I don't like what I have to say. This is at least their second year asking for this request.
Yep.
The Brown Act's a great thing sometimes when you get to look at what other people are considering on their agendas. And what I saw is that a few weeks ago, the El Dorado Hills Fire District, I believe, approved the use of mitigation fiat funds to help offset the cost of a boat. And in conversations with El Dorado Hills, they thought that from their perspective, that should be Plan B and TOT should be Plan A. I recognize that. But as we make our recommendations, we have to balance a lot of different interests. And it's hard because you have to say no to some things. And at the end of the day, some of our fire districts are struggling much more financially than El Dorado Hills is.
Mhm.
And we're trying to help be partners with them and address their needs. It is not to minimize the need for the boat at El Dorado Hills. It's simply a dollars available decision, and they have another funding stream to be able to pay for it.
And I didn't get a chance to do all the numbers. I didn't anticipate this, but if I go back and calculate the 78% versus 22%, I'm not sure we get 22% of TOT tax on the western slope.
Go to the next slide, please.
Okay, you break that out specifically?
There you go.
I missed that. Thank you. It was a busy chart. I guess I missed that. So,
Well, take special, look at the very bottom left-hand corner, and I think that can answer your question pretty quickly.
East slope versus west slope. Is that what I'm dealing with?
Yeah. Recall we were at 78%, we're getting 56%. So there's a difference.
Okay, but if you look at 14% versus the 22%, that's 2/3, right? And 56% is more than 2/3 of 78. So
And then there's the countywide. I mean, how do you?
That's the
Right.
skew.
Yeah,
That's the
needs.
skew is the
I
countywide.
understand. All I'm saying is you did break it down. I appreciate that part of it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look at the equity and fairness of how we distribute this based upon what we now know with the splits. So,
Well, you know, and try to lighten it a little bit. This is between CARES and ARPA and TOT. I never thought I'd be in the position in El Dorado County of allocating this much money to our partner
I
agencies.
didn't either.
And
This is a good situation,
it is a
right?
great
What is it?
situation to be in. And my job is, and I signed up for it, is to be the first one out the gate with a recommendation. How you guys decide how to do it, you're the policymakers, and no hard feelings if you decide to break this up different ways.
Okay.
Anything else, Supervisor Heidel?
Not at this point. Are we going to have some public comment on any of
Well,
these? Or?
we'll get to the rest of our
We
conversation.
will after we finish some board conversation. I have a different question. Can you go back 2 slides to the, yes, this one here. So I do remember in our conversation about the Tahoe and all the transportation district and all that, and we asked for recommendations for projects. And so I just want to be clear because I don't know what the Tahoe Transportation District, it says paratransit and microtransit. And I don't know, I personally, I couldn't find it, but it's probably in all these documents somewhere, a definition of what those are. And the reason that I'm asking is because, you know, we have the El Dorado County Transit and that is very, what's the right word? Subsidized, funded, you know, through federal dollars and all kinds of stuff. So I'm just wanting to make sure that are these the best projects for what came out of our conversation? And instead, but consider, you know, we're talking about $500,000 for the Tahoma sleeping quarters, which is very not abstract. What's the opposite of, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's concrete. Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand what are those transit services? Are those the best use for these dollars? Because I thought transit was very subsidized already. Does anybody have a definition of what those 2 projects are? Because I couldn't find it and I didn't see them.
So we were given, I imagine in there somewhere, you may have read that the specifics about those 2 should have been as part of our board packet. The paratransit is Myers area paratransit for those that disabled, and we do not have enough funding for that on a regular. It is subsidized when possible, but we do not have. In fact, they've many times asked to have that program cut, and I've been insistent that we take it out of our funding, limited funding we have in our Tahoe Transportation District for that. Understanding the importance of it. The microtransit, again, is something that's not. Sorry.
A lot of feedback.
Sorry.
Is it geese?
Yep.
Yeah, it's geese. Sorry. All of a sudden there's a nest up here. Sorry. Let's go. So,
it's better than the bear in your house.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it is. It is. It does beat that meeting. Sorry. But the microtransit also, I believe there was a sheet on that explaining what that was for. But bottom line is that's important. I'm hoping that we can get some transit services up here that we are not being subsidized for, as far as 50,000 residents in Tahoe Basin, and we have over 20 million visitors. So again, using the TOT funding for transit is critically important because we receive very, very little subsidy for the amount of tourism we have up here. I think it's a greatly important funding mechanism to use our TOT for transit.
I think Tiffany, you wanted to jump in here? Did you?
No, I was simply going to read the request to you.
Okay,
So I think
thank
Supervisor
you.
Novosel.
Supervisor Novosel handled it well. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's a shame that it's not funded well. Okay.
I totally agree. Like I said, we get funding for 50,000 residents when we have 20 million tourists. So again, I think the impacts on tourism for our transit is incredibly important, and it's one of the most important aspects we can do is get people out of their cars and into what I would love to see, free and frequent transit around the lake.
Okay. All right, any further board questions?
I don't see any in the room.
Awesome. Okay, what's next?
That concludes Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. That concludes the formal presentation. We'll be returning to the board in June for the budget hearing and publishing the recommended budget book on May 28th or 27th if things go well. And that concludes the slides.
So Madam Chair, I would suggest if there's no other board questions at this time, open it to public comment.
Actually, Madam Chair, I do have one more item for consideration for the budget with my fellow supervisors, if I might at this time bring it forward.
This is the time.
All right, sounds good. I would like to revisit funding for Arts and Culture El Dorado. I know we've all been given a memo on this, and Arts and Culture El Dorado used to be funded out of TOT. So I think it's appropriate that we bring it up at this time. Originally, it was a couple years ago taken out of TOT as the board shifted their policy to use TOT dollars for the impacts of tourism as well as economic development. And I think it's important to understand that what makes Arts and Culture El Dorado different than other nonprofits or entities is that it is the branch office of the California Arts Council for El Dorado County. And that's an important distinction. It brings the organization as the official entity to promote arts and empower cultural tourism throughout our county. They have a new focus on the intersection of arts and ag, which is very appropriate to our county. Over the last 5 years, the organization has worked with over 60 local schools, organizations, and agencies countywide. So they truly do have a countywide impact. They serve both local residents and visitors. And since 2017, the organization has paid 153 artists over $230,000. More importantly, or as importantly, put $1.7 million back into our local economy, including an arts incubator for emerging cultural groups and artists. Arts and Culture El Dorado works with veterans. They have an especially important project, which is called Veterans Voices, that helps local vets deal with their challenges through the arts. And recently, they just received a $5,000 competitive grant in recognition of the importance of this project. Most importantly, any county funding we provide will be matched one by one with state and federal funds. So it gives them ability to leverage money. And all of our neighboring counties all provide financial supports for their official arts organization. I'm talking Placer, Amador, and Sac. And Yolo County, which is an ag county with a close equivalent population, supports the arts at 94 cents per capita, which is meaningful. So my request today is that, and I like that idea of per capita funding. So my request today is that we restore funding for Arts and Culture El Dorado and put it on a per capita basis, not a TOT basis, and not coming out of T. This would be general fund allocation. The average per capita funding statewide is 52 cents for cities and 63 cents per capita for counties. And recognizing that there are a lot of needs, I am asking the board to consider an allocation of 25 cents per capita. That's a lot less than statewide. And that would be $48,305.25 based on our current population. So basically a 25 cent per capita for Arts and Culture El Dorado to support their programs countywide. So that is my I'd like the board to consider that today.
But not part of TOT. You
Not
said
part of
general
TOT,
fund.
right.
Okay.
So what I would be looking for with that is just direction from the board if you want my office to prioritize that as we prepare a recommended budget to come in June, since it is coming out of the general fund,
Mhm.
that you'll be considering that whole context on June 6th. And we can, as we wrap up our recommended budget, if the board has a desire to include that in there, we will include it. But the actual decision won't be made and approval won't be given until the recommended budget on June 6th. Does that
Can I
make
ask
sense?
a quick question? Supervisor Thomas, why would you not recommend the average per county of 60 something cents?
Just in recognition of all of the needs, I would certainly, be happy to consider, but recognizing there's a lot of needs out there. I had spoken with Terry Lamonchek, the Executive Director of Arts and Culture El Dorado, and, she was kicking around a lesser amount, but I think 25% is meaningful funding. But if the board wants to consider the normal of 50 cents, I would be happy to also take that into consideration.
Yeah, I would say let's get the average. I would kick that up because I
Okay.
think it's
Yeah,
important.
I would support that as well. And the other thing I think
Alright.
is important about recognizing arts and culture is the effects of COVID are hammering our youth. And they need to be applied to something that they feel a sense of self-confidence, awareness, accomplishment. And I think the arts and the cultural part of things are what is missing in part that can be brought into that framework, that the recovery for particular teen, and I just radio announcement today, the ages of 12 and 17, there's 44% presumably who are in a severe crisis mode relative to the anxiety associated with what they've gone through. And this is an outlet that tends to relieve that. So I almost look at this as, even though it probably doesn't qualify for ARPA funds, because it's not an impact from, it's a recovery from. And so I would support, the 50 cents. And if it comes out of general fund, I'm not necessarily tying it to that. But I think that's an appropriate thing to recognize, given the circumstances, and recognizing it can change over time. Every year it's going to be a discussion. But I think it's important to restore some of that funding and help facilitate those services that are badly needed.
You bring up a really good point, because the arts can touch a need deep
Yep.
in your soul that nothing else
They can inspire you, they can lift
Yes.
you, they can do all kinds of things. So yes.
So
I got a question. How much money did we used to put in arts and?
I think it was 50 cents per capita roughly,
No,
but
it wasn't on
Terry
a
would
per
know,
capita
right?
basis. Was it 125?
it was not on a per capita basis.
wasn't.
To staff.
Well, it says
or-
El Dorado County is listed at 50 cents per county. So there's some kind of publication that lists us at 50 cents.
I don't recall it being per capita. If you asked for a dollar amount, I don't know if my staff have it, or if Ms. Lamonchek could remind us of the amount. Jennifer, do you have it?
Started looking as soon as you all started discussing it, because I
Thank you.
remembered it was a little different than what the funding we had for some of the other for like the chambers. So the last time we provided funding, it was called the Arts Council,
Mhm.
and it was for a cultural master plan to be completed.
Okay.
And I'm not finding that full amount. So if somebody else is able to find it.
I'm sure Terry would.
Oh, it looks like it was $211,000, $211,000.
Would it be appropriate to have?
We'll have to
Terry
get back to you.
clarify?
That seems high from my recollection. It seems way high from my recollection. And Terry's nodding her head. She agrees with me.
Yes.
So we'd have to come back to you with
Okay.
that dollar amount
Okay.
of what we used to provide.
So I'm hearing some support for a 50 cent per capita allocation for general fund dollars.
Consideration,
Consideration.
given where we've been in the past. And again, this is a publication evidently says it's listed at 50 cents per capita. So it was a
Well-
comparison in multiple counties. That doesn't say that's exactly what it was, but
And
Yeah.
it wasn't our publication. So
Right,
just,
right.
And I'm to be your CAO here. You've increased the goal for capital by $1 million, for roads by $1 million.
Yep.
400,000 general fund for the sheriff's helicopter. You see the trend we're going.
yes.
Yep.
And we can't keep going that trend between now and the end of the year. So just be cautious of, and we may be coming back to you with assistance from prioritizing all those priorities, depending how the budget looks between now and June.
I do, sorry, I was just gonna say, I think this is an important conversation and, you know, it's up for the budget process in June. So, you know, I think this is an appropriate time. Supervisor Thomas, I think, I want to thank you for bringing this up because I do think it's important and for all the same reasons that Supervisor Heidel just explained, it is critical. So good to have it.
So
What we're looking
I
at is
have-
roughly $100,000. And it's funding that we used to have. So it's just restoring that out of a different pot of money. So.
And I'll just note, our past history typically says that we under predict what the fund balance will be when all the books close. So we're conservative, which is a good thing. That's what we do it. But, you know, based upon history, I'm not expecting some major conflicts based upon history, right? It could happen, but I think we're going to find that balance point when it's all said and done, but to be determined. Yeah.
So I have a couple questions on this request. First of all, is the Arts and Culture El Dorado a 501c3? Did it apply for, you know, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm getting tired. You know, we asked for people to apply for money if they had lost
ARPA funding. Yeah. ARPA funding. Yes.
Did they do that? Do we know?
They weren't shown on the list that I've seen.
Okay. I'm just curious why they didn't do that. It seems like that would have been an appropriate request from there, and to show if their fundraising had, because the requirement I think for that was to show your fundraising and how it was impacted by COVID as a nonprofit. So that would have been some good documentation to have. And then I would ask that if we do consider doing this, that I would like some accountability as to where the money goes and how it's used. Because I think in the past, you know, like that master plan and all that, I'm not sure that there was accountability. I don't know. It's been a while. And the taxpayers often ask for that and would like to see accountability. And also another question I had was the veterans voices that was specifically called out. I think that received special funding from the veterans group, if I remember right. I don't know if anybody else has that information off the top of their head, but I do think that that may have been funded specifically out of, I remember that on an agenda somewhere. So I'm just calling that out there. So
Accountability is a good business practice for all of that's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so CAO, do you need that now or consideration of this or support or?
So yes, I have a list of the priorities that you would like incorporated into our recommended budget considerations, and that I can summarize those after public comment. It appears for what was the Arts Council for a 2-year period ending in 2019, it appears we funded, the county provided about $191,000 worth of funding for a 2-year period.
2 years. Okay.
So you're right in that
This is
ballpark of
consistent with
100.
that. Okay, great. Thank you for that. I think I don't see anything else from the boardroom. Supervisor Parlin?
Are we ready for public comment? You guys ready for public comment?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 4. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And Kim, before you start the timer, I'm going to remind everybody we're going to stop right at 3 minutes. So please don't try to go on further than that. And I can yell from you from Zoom. So be ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, I think your speaker's not on, or your microphone.
There you
Perfect.
go.
Thank you, Chief
Thank you,
Cordero.
Chief.
Good morning. Tim Cordero, representing the Rock County Fire Chiefs. And I just want to thank not only the Board of Supervisors, but CO's office for the consideration of the TOT funding for your local fire districts. As you're aware, most of your fire districts, we operate under a very limited revenue stream. Historically, we've always dealt with tourism and tourism-related impacts with our fire districts and our firefighters. over the last few years with the increased, excellent job done by the marketing of the county to really get the word out to what's offered to not only the region, but the state and beyond. You've seen a dramatic increase in the number of recreational activities. You also factor in the increase that we have in the VHRs and then COVID, that coming into play. All of those things, while they're great for the county and it really demonstrates what we have to offer as a community, there's an unintended consequence. And that unintended consequence is the additional impacts to your firefighters with mitigating those emergencies that unfortunately just happen when these things come to fruition. So having the additional support from the board to consider funding some of these needs and equipment and tools that our firefighters and ultimately your firefighters need to do that job, to provide that level of service to not only our citizens, but more importantly, other people who are coming in to visit our county, see what we have to offer, learn about our county, is very significant. So I'd like to thank you again for the consideration. As you can see, a lot of my colleagues are here to answer any questions you may have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning,
Morning.
Madam Chairman, Supervisors, Maurice Johnson, El Dorado Hills Fire Chief, Rescue Fire Chief. To save some time, I'm going to say Chief for Heroes. I also do want to thank you for the consideration of all the requests. You know, you have a difficult job in looking at all these. There's lots of decisions to be made. But really, I just want to highlight our request for the fire rescue code. Yes, that is a fact. It has been in our budget for a couple of years now. Yes, we did have a meeting recently. We talked about using development fees as an option, but you should also know that we've talked about grant opportunities, including the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, the State Homeland Security Grant Program, the Urban Area Security Initiative or UASI grant. All of those, we weren't given those grants as well. So I highlight that so you know that we've looked at all of the options that are out there to include general funds, to include development impact fees, to look at all of those. And at the end of the day, we've got to balance, as you do as well. And so in balancing that, we are building a state-of-the-art fire training facility that will be a regional. We are also looking at the impacts that we have with respect to the communication system that is approaching 50 plus years old and needs to have something happen there. So we're working on those as well. The impact on the community of El Dorado Hills is significant. The nexus between this fire and rescue boat to tourism is very prevalent. Looking at 11,500 acres of surface water space, 75 miles of shoreline, 72 calls for service over the last 5 years, 2 significant incidents, 1 boat fire with 2 burn injuries. In 2017, another boat fire with 5 individuals under 18, they're all burned. And so we're looking at all of the options, and this was one of those. The only reason you saw that as is one of the suggestions was because we looked at everything, and that was just that. So I would respectfully recommend or respectfully request that you reconsider our request for TOT funds for the purchase of this fire and rescue boat. I think the nexus is absolutely there. When you look at it in totality, that's what it's about. It's about mitigating the impacts and the effects of tourism. And that impact and effect doesn't go away because we're looking at other options to fund the boat as well. So I implore you to reconsider that. We'd certainly love to sit down with you all and talk to you a little bit more. You're more than welcome to go through our books, whatever you'd like, and see the things that we've done to get to this point. But it is something only to the citizens of El Dorado Hills, but all those that come to visit and use the Folsom Lake and Folsom Lake Recreation Area. I'd take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just wanted to highlight, I don't have any requests. So, but I want to say something positive about staff. This has been the best PowerPoint that I can remember ever seeing related to how it was structured. The ability to be able to go in there quickly, be able to see what the issues are in a visual perspective. I know John Heidel, you're also a visual kind of guy. To be able to do that is wonderful. So staff, excellent job. I was at the Taxpayers Association this morning. Thank you so much. See you. I'm not sure if Andy Nevis is going to be on. He said that he might not be because of the schedule of our.
He's got his hand risen, so he's got his hand raised.
Okay, good. So I'll let him discuss that. But I think it's important to recognize as we look at these, and Supervisor Thomas, it has to do with additions that are added. The funding that is currently not funded, which was slide 17 or 34, I think is important to recognize it again. Full funding for the El Dorado Center replacement and relocation. Supervisor Novacell definitely would be interested in that in District 5. We have additional staffing costs for the completion of the jail expansion that hasn't been determined yet, and what that might be. It's not in this budget. Juvenile hall build, Spring Street replacement costs. We had a little bit of that earlier about Spring Street. All I'm saying is that this is the time not to add additional things, but the time to reflect on what you already have. Those that are budgeted and going to be budgeted, at least at this front end of this budget process, which will take 6 months or 7 months to complete, to the final budget in the fall. I'm saying be careful. When you wish for things, make sure that we can pay for them. And that's a taxpayer comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. I just wanted to make one quick clarification. The request that DOT had put in, it stated it was sleeping quarters, but in reality, it is a 2-bay mechanic shop and storage facility, very similar to the Shikori garage that we are currently now in the process of having retrofitting and actually replacing. But what we felt was going to be beneficial was that we are going to be adding sleeping quarters to this facility so that we can have a recuperation of funds that we typically have to expend every year due to the fact that we have to sleep our employees up in that area because the state of California closes off State Route 89 going up to Emerald Bay. And so then we have to get them up ahead of time, and it's getting harder and harder and more expensive every year for us to have to find sleeping quarters, not just for us, but also for the sheriff. They also have a difficulty finding sleeping quarters to where they can have somebody in the Tahoma area. And so then they have to have a deputy go up ahead of time, be in the area so that once 89 is closed off, we both ourselves and sheriff have employees in that area. So it was going to be a storage area, a mechanic shop, and a sleeping quarters all in one. Nonetheless, I don't disagree with the CEO and his recommendations. You guys have a lot to have to deal with and make decisions for. But if in come addenda, there is an opportunity for there to be a reconsideration, that this one be one of the ones that be reconsidered, because similar to Shikori, it will need, it is approximately 50 years old and is probably going to be in the same boat as we are going to be in Shikori, to where if we can't store our equipment, it could be a hazard for our employees as well as for the equipment that has to be stored there. So I just want to make that quick clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thanks, Rafael.
Very helpful.
I'm Gary Guerin, Fall Leaf Fire Chief. I just wanted to thank you guys. I want to thank Don and his staff, Sue, and everybody's done great work trying to help us with these requests. And I want to thank the board for your consideration on the requests. These are all requests that Fallen Leaf absolutely needs. We're very impacted by the tourists because of our terrain, our location, and our area getting in with the desolation and all the surrounding areas that people come in there. So I'm inundated every day with a lot of tourists, and which creates a lot of problems in some of our areas we have to navigate. That's the reason for part of these requests. So anyway, I just want to thank you guys in advance, and I appreciate the recommendation from Don and his staff to approve our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis from the Taxpayers Association. I thought I was going to get away with not speaking, but then Chris called me out. So, but I just wanted to echo what he said and thank the CAO for speaking to us this morning. We certainly look forward to reviewing the recommended budget when it's out later this spring. A couple overall themes that I've heard from our members is they're definitely interested in accountability. Wherever the money comes from, it's all taxpayer money, whether it's TOT, ARPA, general fund, et cetera. And so having accountability measures built into all of these requests will be really important. And then just keeping in mind that even though we do have a surplus right now, it is a limited supply. And I think I haven't had a chance to listen to every request this morning, but I've heard that a few times is that caution to remember that even though we do have some extra money, there are still some things that are probably worthy that we won't be able to do. So, but with that, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time this morning. And we look forward to future engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Gavin Feiger.
Oh, he dropped off?
Okay. Now taking public comment from 013. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, supervisors.
There you are.
Okay, thank you. I'm in the Lake Valley Fire District area, and I just wanted to go to bat for them to possibly get more than $300,000 since they make such a difference in servicing both, not just the 17,000 people that make up the district, but the at least 10 million people that come across Echo Summit. I see them everywhere for decades, and they've done so much. I mean, they were critical in saving real estate, and I really hope that maybe you could give them a little bit more than that. Thank you.
Did you want to, before you go, are you still there? Did you want to add your name for the record? You don't have to, you can volunteer it.
Linda Witters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ruth O'Shea.
I'm speaking for Cantari Corral of the Sierra Foothills. I may have missed something, but did you cover all requests in item number 3?
Oh, Ruth, right now we're on item number 4, actually. We had to move ahead. We'll go back to item number 3 later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now taking public comment from Gavin Feiger.
Hey, good morning, supervisors and Chair Parlin. Apologies, I didn't get unmuted the first time, but my name's Gavin Feiger. I work at the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and I'm also on the board of the South Shore Transportation Management Association. I just want to thank staff and Supervisor Novosel and the Tahoe Transportation District for working together on our funding request. As Supervisor Novosel said, the transportation in Tahoe is largely funded based on population-based funding formula. So the impacts of tourism we just cannot keep up with. Happy to talk about our request, the transportation district's request, and any transportation issues with the supervisors, staff, or the public at any time. But couple quick clarifications. The paratransit service is only required if they're and thus funded if it's within a distance of a public transportation corridor. And because there is no other public transportation in Myers, the paratransit is the only transportation option available to people that don't have a personal vehicle or are not able to drive. So it's critically important. And the microtransit service is a new service that we've seen successful on the North Shore. The Transportation Management Association is helping implement it along with the Transportation District. And currently we have almost 20 funding partners, the casinos, a bunch of local businesses, a handful of nonprofits, the local tourism improvement district, and all the local jurisdictions, Douglas County, City of South Lake Tahoe, and hoping to add El Dorado County here to the list too. So really appreciate the recommendation, and please do take us up, the Transportation Management Association and the Transportation District on on the offer to answer any questions and talk about our needs and some of our ideas for solutions. So thank you for the time and really appreciate the funding recommendation.
Very good. Thank you, Gavin. Much appreciated.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so CAO, there's the 4 parts to this agenda item for approval, but then you have the list. So how do you want this shaped as a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, if I could respond to and clarify one of the public comment questions, and that's in regards to the funding for Lake Valley. I think there was some.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. I was going to mention that. Appreciate that.
The 300,000 that I believe the caller reference is what's not being recommended. What is being recommended is slightly in excess of $1 million for Lake Valley.
Right. And a total of over $2 million for the Tahoe Basin fire districts as a whole. So quite a bit of funding.
And the 300,000 got into personnel staff and that was kind of a separation point, right? So
Yes,
I
sir.
think that was consistent.
Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. So Madam Chair, I would suggest we start with, does the board have any changes to staff's recommendations on the TOT funding? You heard some public comment from people who have, and specifically El Dorado Hills, who has a good argument. I mean, there is a nexus to this. My recommendation is not because there's a lack of nexus to the tourism. It was for other reasons, but there is a nexus to tourism. And so does the board have any adjustments to the TOT funding allocations at this point? If you're good with that, then we can move on to a formal motion on everything else.
So I would like to propose that we seriously consider the request for the $200,000 from the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. When I looked at the East Slope, West Slope breakdown based upon where the revenues come out, and I did a percentage, turns out the East Slope is getting 72% of their 78%, if you will. The West Slope is getting 63% of their 22%, not dealing with the county-wide. If you brought in that $2 million or $200,000 rather is being requested, it takes it up to parity. So it means something has to go away somewhere else. I recognize that, but I do want to put that back on the table because I think that's an important thing to get started, to get implemented, because the fire risks out in that area are only increasing over time. And the post-COVID use of our resources, like what we have at Folsom Lake, is only going to increase. That's a given. So the number of incidents that the fire department has to respond to out there are going to increase. And if they've got better equipment to deal with them, we'll have better results.
So my suggestion, go ahead, Supervisor Novosel.
I was just saying, Supervisor Heidel, would you, because I just hate to take anything away from all the discussion we've had on all of these that are huge impacts, West Slope, East Coast, Slope, countywide, they're so important. Would you consider us waiting until that September revise to talk about this again and bring it up, similar to what I'm asking for on the the $500,000 for the Tahoma project? Is that we have a pretty good list here, understanding there are more impacts, but also understanding that we have a limited money at this moment.
So that September revise would not be addressing TOT, or it would? It would only be addressing fund balance. Is that correct?
It could be there because there will likely be excess TOT fund balance as well.
Always has been, John. There always has been excess TOT.
So I'm trying to remember in the past, how much has that amounted to roughly, the excess TOT? Wow. Just
it varies, but I think last year was like
to
over
cover
$1 million.
$700,000. I guess that's the easy question to ask. Because if it is, I'm willing to accept that as an alternative. I think that makes sense, but I do want to keep it in the hopper. I do want to keep it in the thoughts and the planning that as we go forward.
Staff, do we have the number of surplus?
Last year at the end of fiscal year 2021, we had 1.5 million
Okay.
excess.
Yeah,
to it.
I'm definitely
that's
good
kind of
with that
about average.
proposal.
Okay, thank
On
you.
our radar too.
September revise. Okay.
Yep. And as long as we understand that will include the Tahoma discussion too.
Definitely.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank
Sue.
you. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. So with that, then are we kind of ready to make a motion?
I believe so, unless there's any other changes. So just
Go ahead, make the motion. Sorry. Go ahead,
so
Don.
just to remind the board that you asked for a change to staff's recommendation on the budget policies to add an additional $1 million as a goal for road
Correct.
maintenance so staff had suggested 4 million. You increase that to 5. The board at least had the consensus to fund the ERAF allocation to El Dorado Hills.
Yep.
So that should be part of the motion. $76,500 for the Placerville pool.
Yep.
$377,000 for the fair for the culvert project and reduce the
Addition.
ARPA audit reserve amount to fund that amount.
Mhm.
And then a priority to identify 100,000 for arts and culture, El Dorado. And in the recommended budget. I believe those are the changes. To
And I
my
would-
team, did we miss?
Perhaps it'd be better to put it on a 50 cents per capita basis rather than a set amount.
What's your preference?
50 cent per capita basis. I think, yeah, that's a,
It's like
Better.
95,000.
well, it's a better nexus than a set fee.
And-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Makes
and
sense.
per capita base, don't want to make this too complicated, but per capita basis of overall county population or
Yes.
population in unincorporated areas?
Overall county population.
So accountability also came up in that. Is there a way to ensure that those things happen in parallel, like the accountability of how these expenditures are made? I know it's a burden on staff to try to do that, but
So I believe how I see it would happen, Supervisor Hydall, is we would incorporate it, if we can meet those goals, into the recommended budget. And part of the recommendation would be direct staff to develop an MOU or contract with arts and culture where those accountability would be identified before any funding would be released.
excellent.
Great.
That's a
With
good
that, I'll
idea.
make that motion if you're through.
Yeah, and then I'm sorry, and I missed it. And while it is in our recommendation, the 400,000 to TOT for the helicopter program.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm so moved.
So
You- you-
staff's
summarize it?
staff's recommendations as identified in the staff report with the changes noted, money for road fund, ERAF allocation, the Placerville pool, the fair, and arts and culture El Dorado.
I'll second.
Very good. Okay, Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All
I just
right.
want to thank staff again for
Yes.
all the hard work. And as was noted before, this is the best we've ever done with this, in my opinion. We're getting better, and the emphasis on impacts from tourism is clearly being heard, and that's fantastic. So kudos to everyone who worked on this. I think we've reached a really good point in time, and hopefully with increased revenues, we'll be able to do more as in the future. So.
Great discussion today. All right, Supervisor
Very
Parlin?
It's a lot better than last year.
Yeah.
Right.
Great discussion.
So, I know that I need a break, and it's also 11:40. So CAO, what are your thoughts on, are any of these items, the remaining items short? Or do we want to just do early lunch?
Not short.
Not short.
Now would be a good time to break for lunch,
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay,
And
that's my thinking.
What time
Madam
do you want
Chair,
to come
what
back,
time do you want to
Lori?
return?
Yeah, do you guys, how much?
Sorry, to the board
Excuse me,
chamber.
excuse-
Sorry, everyone.
Pardon me, in the board chambers,
Chief-
excuse me, in the,
Chief
bo-
Johnson.
excuse me, in the board chambers, we're still finishing up the meeting. I do apologize. Thank you. All
Thank you
right,
for
Chairman
that.
Parlin.
What do you think? Should we come back is 12:30 a good time to come back?
12:30 sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's resume at 12:30 then, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, come on in.
And you know, it's weird, I sent out that email last week to the Colorado County and Family Commission. 1%. You know, you have to list your top one shine out. Oh, this is Friday. So I don't know.
Were they supposed to have it in by last Friday?
I closed the business Friday, yeah, and I got some. And Sue did say she was on vacation till May 8th, but then.
Brian, you may want to,
And then I talked to the nurse and I have her scheduled for.
Brian, you might want to mute.
Okay, when is our next meeting scheduled?
May 26th.
Okay, do you and I have a time, maybe 2 weeks before those meetings, we can sit down?
Yeah.
Or at least one more time. And then just a couple of days before the meeting to make sure everything else is set up.
Right, yeah, I have to go up, it'll be. God, it makes it complicated. So I have to go to the board one day and they're gonna show me how to run. They're like, we have a Zoom account for you, Zoom account, stream it. All right.
Okay.
I'll be ready to be a clerk of the board.
Yeah.
Right.
Crazy. Backup occupation.
Right.
Hey, I didn't eat this time.
Are we missing Supervisor Hydall? Is that it?
Yeah, Don just went to go get Supervisor Hydall. Sorry about that.
No worries. I'm looking going, hey, oh.
The gang's not all here.
Not all here. Well, sometimes I'm not all here.
Yeah, that's true for all of us.
And yeah, I know we're being recorded, so I will stop there.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, I lost track of time. I was responding to text messages. I got lost.
Okay, Supervisor Parlin, we're ready to go.
All right, very good. We're back from lunch and we're going to carry on with our meeting with agenda item number 3.
Item number 3 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Planning and Building Economic Development Division, recommending the board, 1, award 24 nonprofit COVID-19 economic impact grants, 2, approve the use of a nonprofit organization COVID-19 economic impact grant agreement template, and 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or designee to execute grant awards, and 4, direct staff to return to the board with a proposed program that would make funding available to other nonprofits and small businesses.
Hello, Kyle Zimmerman, Economic Development. Thank you for hearing this item today. So just a quick recap of this item and then we can get to the discussion points. So based on the board's direction, the Planning and Building Department Economic Development Division developed, published, and received applications for the El Dorado County Nonprofit Organization COVID-19 Economic Impact Grant Program. The grant was open to organizations that are 1, tax exempt under 501c3 status of the IRS code, and 2, are located within El Dorado County and provide a majority of their services to county residents, and 3, experience at least a 10% decrease in revenue in 2020 as compared to average revenue in 2018 and 19. Grant program was publicized through varying outreach efforts from the county and the Business Protection Work Group that consisted of local chambers and other organizations. And we sent out 341 certified mail letters as well as accompanying emails to all the same businesses, to all of the nonprofits that we could gather throughout our collective database. These letters were sent electronically as well. In addition to these efforts, the grant opportunity was published on all of our participating web pages, and we have a feature in the Mountain Democrat. Total of 43 applications from nonprofit organizations were received. Applications and supporting documentation were reviewed by first Economic Development Division and then the Chief Administrative Office Fiscal Division. We determined it was determined that 20 of those applicants were ineligible. This was due to a few factors. Either the applicant did not experience a loss in revenue, which applied to 10 applicants. Lost revenue did not meet the 10% threshold. That was 4 applicants. Or the applicant was not a tax exempt under the 501c3 status. Or it was incomplete, which happened, or inaccurate, which was 3 applicants in the process. Of the remaining 23 applications, 6 requested funding in excess of their lost revenue, and grant funding for these applications is recommended at the amount of their lost revenue. Funding for the full requested amount is recommended for 17 of the applicants. As a reminder, included in this number is the board's previously approved amount of $813,000 to be allocated to the County Fair Association. And due to this separate direction, the fair did not apply for funding through the Lost Revenue Grant Program because they were already receiving the funding as already distributed. During 2020, the Fair Association experienced $892,000 in lost revenue, and in order to reduce the administrative burden to the county and fair, staff is recommending the $813,000 number in this figure. Including the fair, grants are recommended for 24 organizations totaling roughly $1.9 million. The organizations and award amounts are attached in attachment A on the item. Should the board approve the grant program and the awards above, there will be a remaining allocation of $2.1 million roughly in the ARP designated nonprofit program. Staff is requesting the board provide direction of use for those remaining funds. Haven't gone fully down the road on what that could be because we want to get direction from the board, but whether it could be opening it up to the nonprofits that didn't meet the 10% threshold, or sending the business protection work group to form another program that would identify some sort of small business need that hasn't been addressed. And just a special appreciation to Jeremy Apodaca, Carrie Williams-Horn, and the CAO's office for vetting all these applications, and then my econ dev team and Patricia Soda down there who took in all the applications and organized all the data and presented it to them, because we relied on the El Dorado County Community Foundation and we took it on this time. So appreciate the work that they do now a little bit more. So with that, I'll leave that for discussion.
Wonderful.
So go ahead.
So Laura, you ready for board discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, and if you guys can talk amongst
All right.
yourselves there, and then we'll come out to me and Supervisor Novosel. How's that?
Sounds good. All right, Supervisor Hurdle's up.
Yeah, so I looked at the ones that had incomplete applications, and I guess my question is, are they allowed then to complete the application and get back into the request cycle? Because some of them I think are really good organizations. I don't know why the application was incomplete, if the person filling it out just didn't understand everything that was required, but I would hope they would still be eligible for some of the residual funding.
So I think we're seeking a little bit of direction on that front. There was varying issues on that. Some where they had a tax extension, so they hadn't fully filed their tax returns for one of the organizations.
Okay.
They
didn't have the current numbers to be able to, okay.
And some of the other ones, I think, just sent in incomplete information, and when we reached out, we didn't get a response back. So if you want us to button those up, we could definitely do that as well.
Yeah, if you'd follow up and stuff, because I think that's only in fairness. Sometimes when people fill out these applications that are government forms or whatever, they're just kind of overwhelmed with how many different things they have to do. And they figure if they miss something, they'll probably be okay. And that's not the case. So giving them a second chance, I think is the right thing to do, recognizing there's some residual funding here that we'll be looking at. And so to the extent we can reach out and support them, help them complete their application and then determine the eligibility, I would certainly be in favor of that.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I was going to ask. So good point, John.
You have anything further, Supervisor Turnbull?
No, that's pretty much it, because I was just talking, piggybacking on what John was saying. I think we need to look in and make sure that we support those people that didn't fill those applications out, maybe correctly or not correctly.
So the direction is to have staff reach out and see if they have any
Yeah,
questions.
there's only three, and I don't think that's a lengthy discussion, but if it was a timing thing, like you said, with taxes, and because they got an extension, now they're going to know what the numbers are and we can determine eligibility, but we should encourage them, to complete the application and submit it, because there will be another consideration the way I'm reading it. That's important for them to know.
Okay, sounds good. And just want to say, I just really appreciated the robust and comprehensive outreach to reach all of the nonprofits, from all the different ways that you attempted to reach them. And that's just really meaningful, and working through the business protection work group and the thorough vetting, just a lot of time and attention by a lot of people to get this over the finish line and get help to the nonprofits that support our community. So just really appreciate that. So
Yeah, we want to really emphasize that this round.
yeah, you certainly did. My goodness. Thank you. So
Okay, so just to follow, Arts and Culture, El Dorado did not make an application. Is that correct? Is that?
Yeah, we didn't receive an application from them. I checked our mailings. We did notify them and made them aware of the program. So whether they didn't have a 10% loss, or maybe they had a gain, I don't know what the story was, but we did not receive a formal application.
Okay, thank you.
all right, we'll throw it over to our virtual supervisors.
Supervisor Novosel, you want to go ahead first?
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Yeah, I had a question. There were quite a few of those that were not recommended who just, you say no loss was established. And I'm just curious because on the funding agreement, when we talk about ARPA, we're talking about negative economic impacts or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. So it sounds to me like they didn't have to necessarily have a negative impact, that it could be just an impact. So, I guess I'm curious, did they have to prove that there was a negative impact, or just as it says in here, be able to say that it had some sort of impact on their industry per se?
I think Don, correct me if I'm wrong, or Carrie, I think we're tying this to lost revenue, which is one of the key components of the ARP funds being able to be a clean audit. I think is we kind of hinged on the lost revenue, and relying on those tax returns was the cleanest way we could do that.
Okay, so although it doesn't really say that specifically, it has to be tied to some sort of accountable negative loss.
Yes, Supervisor, that, and when we talk about ARPA allocations, every jurisdiction is doing it a little different.
Yeah.
The lost revenue is, I believe it's almost airtight in regards to any audit risk. If you start expanding beyond that, you can create strong arguments of why ARPA is an allowable use, but you are increasing your audit risk with doing that. And when we started this grant program, we didn't know how many requests we were going to get. So we had to identify some criteria. And we identified the 10% loss, and now you see we didn't spend it all. But I would suggest we keep it at that lost revenue portion and then have a discussion. And I would hope the board would approve these recommendations here and then have a conversation of the remaining roughly $2 million. We have some ideas we'd like to share with you of how to allocate that for small business or perhaps nonprofits. I consider a nonprofit a business. It's just a different classification for tax purposes to assist some, especially of the much smaller businesses and nonprofits.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I apologize, Supervisor Numbers. I'll go ahead.
You're fine. I was just going to say, I think sometimes it's difficult for some businesses to be able to pencil out what their actual loss was. Understanding that in general, tourism had a loss of some sort at some point in time. So I realize, I understand that accounting wise, we need to draw a line, and it should be a dark line there. No gray area. I agree. I just see that there was almost a dozen businesses that applied and had you say they had no losses. So, just want to make sure we're real clear to these applicants what our specific requirements are, so they don't waste their time or our time, nicely in applying for something that perhaps it can't account for. That's all. I just wanted to make that statement. I'm good though with that.
And I do have a question for clarification. When you say the audit risk, I'm assuming every county is going to get audited. It's just, what is the risk of a finding that would be subjective, argumentative, whatever, and you'd have to put a lot of time into trying to substantiate, but we will be audited in all likelihood.
I believe you stated it more articulately than I did. Yes, I think you have to almost count on everyone getting audited. And yes, will there be findings associated with that?
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
It's part of accountability, right?
Yeah,
In these
right.
kinds.
We'd like to get a check in every box, and we don't have to get into the details, right? So, yeah, so I think you've set up a really good, solid program. And I guess if we have excess funds at some point, we can determine, do we go beyond that at some point, what the limitation of that definition is, but that's for another day's discussion.
I will add, we did, the ones that didn't qualify, we did send out letters to give them an opportunity to present us with maybe other information that would make them qualify, but the tax returns are pretty cut and dry, but we did offer that up to any.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, kick it back to you, Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you. So I have, I've talked to Kyle, I think extensively, poor Kyle, on this issue because the ARPA funding had very specific criteria on it. And yet, Kyle, help me remember. So 501c3s were okay, and 505 what? 501c nines.
Okay. There's another designation, but yes.
Right. So what I wanted to ask the board, and I kind of bounced this around with Dawn a little bit too, to get a feel for what like, let's take, for example, so on the sheet where the ones that did not qualify, there's a couple that say not 501c3. Well, I know that, the Marshall Grange, because that's in my district, they run the Grange Hall. They're a nonprofit, but they don't qualify as one of the right 501c whatevers. You know what I mean? So they don't qualify technically, even though they run one of our community centers that's, used by the community extensively. They couldn't do fundraising during COVID. So they did have a loss. And so I have another one that I think didn't fill out the paperwork, which made me sad, but our Gold Trail Grange Hall down in Coloma is also a community hub, where, and these are both meeting halls that the county actually rents on occasion to have community meetings. So to me, they're vital to the community. But the one in Coloma, I think, is a 501c12, if I remember right. So they're a nonprofit, but they just don't meet the ARPA funding requirements. And so I was hoping to explore, I think is the right word. Dawn, you might have to help me out with that. But because some of those did take a hit, they couldn't fundraise, they were shut down. But we can't help them through this funding mechanism. Would the board consider, it's the community fund grant opportunities that we have, the board members can use that throughout the year. It's historically been, well, it was $50,000 a year, but we weren't using it all. So then it got cut down to $35,000. But I'm just wondering if for this 1 year, if we could maybe pump that up with funding so that we can help these nonprofits that run our community halls, community centers, but don't qualify for ARPA. If we could have that community grant funding amount increased and let them fill out applications and apply for that instead. Because I'm just concerned that the ARPA funding was so restrictive with the 501 designations, even though there are other nonprofits. Does that make sense? And Dawn, maybe you can help me with what I was thinking, because I know we talked it over.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think the board's well aware of the community funding policy. We have $5,000 per organization that each of you as individuals can make a request to the full board. We did budget $35,000 in this current fiscal year. I think to date, we've only spent 15, maybe only 10.
Yeah.
So we have money left over. We're the end of April, so we only have 2 months left. So you could use current year money. And I would maybe suggest Supervisor Parlin through the Budget Ad Hoc Committee with you and Supervisor Thomas, if there's a desire from you two to increase that back to 50 for 22-23, we can have those conversations and include that in the recommended budget.
Supervisor Parlin, I would support that because I know those, community halls are an important part of community identity and the ability to gather and connect and to meet communities' needs. And, I'm sure the El Dorado Community Hall might also be in a similar situation. And so I think it's a worthy conversation, a worthy exploration that could make a big difference to our community halls that serve a critical need. So I support your recommendation.
I appreciate that.
I agree. I agree too. I think having the flexibility and having those community grants are really important to each of our small community, especially when our communities, when they have special events or whatever, it's really great to have. So I support that also.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I know in the big picture of the budget, it's probably not a lot of money, but in their budgets, they pinch pennies and make them go so far. So I really appreciate that. And then Kyle, I had another question that I just didn't get a chance to look at this before last night. So it was too late to ask you. But there's one on here that says VFW, not 501c3. Do you know what that is? Is it what VFW is that?
You know what? I have to look. We have it all in our shared drive. I don't have it on hand, but I can look further into. I don't know, to be honest. Okay.
I just didn't know, and could they potentially get some money through our what's that? Our Veterans Affairs Commission has their TOT fund.
I can look into
that. I just didn't know.
They have grants that they issue for certain types of purposes to serve the veterans. Yes.
Right, because there's another one on here too that said Marine Corps League, not a 501c3. So I'm just wondering if maybe that grant application through the Veterans Affairs Commission might be appropriate. I was just trying to find another venue to get them some money.
We'll connect them. We'll send an email out and just connect the two groups just so they can.
Okay, and I think the Military Family Support Group does get grants through the Veterans Affairs Commission, but I could be wrong. I might be thinking of one that's similarly named, so I could be wrong about that, but they might also already be connected too. I'm not sure.
And you can see on there, Marshall Grange, they asked for $1,000, that could be.
We could probably do that.
Probably do that. Yeah, I know. So I appreciate that. I think that was the only questions I had. But the top list The ones that were, and the reason that some of them had an amount larger than what the recommended award was is because we narrowed it down to their actual loss amount. Is that correct?
Right. They had a loss, but they had requested more. So we asked them to request an amount based on their losses. But once we trued up the number, sometimes the ask is greater than the actual loss.
Okay.
It goes up.
Okay, cool. No, that makes sense. Thank you so much. This is a lot. I know it was a lot of work and I really appreciate it. I think that these nonprofits just do so much in the community and I didn't want them left out. So thank you.
And talking about the El Dorado Community Hall, also, they were really hurting during the evacuation because they were a evacuation center for the Caldor fire, and they were really hurting because electricity and everything, and feeding all those people that were there. So that was, you know, if there's any way we can help them, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll absolutely reach out to them.
Absolutely. Okay, good. So then, is that all for the staff discussion then? Do we go to public comment now?
Well, Kyle, do we want to have a brief conversation and direction from the board on, because there's additional ARPA monies to be allocated?
Oh, right.
There's multiple years to spend it. You don't have to decide today.
Right.
But I think staff would like to have a conversation of perhaps another round of small business support. Conversations I've had with some of the chambers are small businesses of really less than 5 FTEs, and, you know, just a few $1,000s to help them is a model other counties have used. If the board is interested in that, we'd like some direction to explore that. I don't know if you have other thoughts from the Business Protection Group.
So that's exactly what we wanted to pursue. And I don't know, yeah, I think that was it. The nonprofits that didn't have the 10% loss. If we wanted to look at those, I think that was in the item 2, but then that may open kind of another Pandora's box of opening up the application period, because maybe some folks didn't apply because they didn't meet the 10% threshold. So I think the focus of the Business Protection Work Group was to try to address those small businesses that Dawn was.
That makes sense, because those are businesses that are often just on the edge that,
Yeah.
a little bit of support can make a meaningful difference.
When a lot of those, I believe, were like catering companies and things that just got hammered during COVID because there were no events.
That makes
It's really
sense.
small.
Yeah. Would we have them do a similar application process then?
Yeah, I think that's what we would pursue, and it'd probably be like almost like a set amount, like a grant of $2,000 or whatever it is per business that met whatever criteria that the group came back to the board with. Was kind of the concept we've been throwing around, but yes, a similar process.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how many eligible small businesses we might be entertaining? Are we talking 100, 200, 300?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't know, but I
Okay.
could probably run down a number pretty quickly by talking to all the chambers.
Because 2,000 sounds like an awful small amount, given
Right.
the monies we have, and I would not be adverse to going above that if we can find maybe 2 sets of criteria and 2 different levels or something,
Right.
but
Thank you for that.
I agree with that.
I think we need to be
100%.
flexible and, you know, consider it given the burden that a lot of those small businesses took on to try to even survive. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of small businesses who are not even in these chambers either. that
Right.
could be looked at,
Right.
So.
Right. So it's gonna be.
So we're talking $2 million, roughly the remainder, right? Is that what we're looking at? 2 million?
2.1.
And quick question, Kyle, how did you arrive at the 5 FTEs? Is that the right number, or is it better to have a scale, or, you know, like 5 to 10, or I don't know what?
I think I could be wrong. I think that addresses kind of these micro businesses. The
Okay.
threshold is actually that 5 employee number.
Okay.
But we can definitely explore a couple ranges, like Supervisor all saying, maybe 0 to 5 or 1 to 5, and then 5 to 10. I don't know what the biggest impact. I think the biggest impact was to those ones that were like, you know, 5 employees or less that really didn't have other stuff to rely on to keep them going. So.
Well, I certainly rely on the recommendation of the, you know, Business Protection Workforce Group in your office. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, then I believe we're ready for public comment, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Okay, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne. I'm involved with a lot of nonprofits, one of which was a recipient of one of the grants or the money this year. It's called El Dorado County Museums Foundation. So as a recipient, I should probably sit down and just be happy that I got something. But I do want to look at that list that Kyle talked about, all about equine, animal rescue, Big Brothers Big Sisters, this list where they didn't get it for some reason. I would hope, let's say if you go ahead and approve the ones that are within all the criteria that mastered the ability to put in what was necessary, that would be your first approval of those. The second would be is to give the ones who didn't get it a second chance. Because I think, I agree with you, I don't think I agree with you, I do agree with you, that sometimes just the ability of crafting something that meets the criteria is very difficult for some people. And I think they learn from experience. And so I would hope that list, some of them are different depending on the criteria that they didn't get right. But I would look at that list as the second chance group. That if they got it right, then that's what we want. I mean, we wanted them to be successful, not be discouraged by the experience. Now, that's what I'm looking for today from you, that group to get the second chance. But I do know that the correspondence that was sent out, and I appreciate staff's time spent on this and the crafting ability of having it written correctly when you're corresponding with these individuals, but there was some confusion. And I don't know if your office got some of that comment back, but there was some confusion about an early letter that went out where some of the ones who ended up not getting some of this money, it was because they thought that they were going to get it. Meaning that first letter that went out was a general letter about acceptance of their application and da 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 da. And anyhow, they which I hope then in the looking at those letters that we craft letters then that are not confusing. I mean that even if you have to get somebody to like I do, read something over and want to change everything, that's okay if you come up with the final letter that works for everybody. So those are my two comments about the ones who didn't get it, give them a second chance, and then the correspondence, making sure that it's clear and articulate.
Thank you, Chris.
Hello, you've been with us all day.
My name is Donna Trevino, and I'm kind of a last minute substitute member of Cantari of the Sierra Foothills, and the whole group that has sung in this area 27 years now. And I don't know if I'm here to say thank you for the grant. Because I'm the last minute substitute.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your consideration. We not only had a 10% loss, but we had a 100% loss.
Oh.
And we had really thoughtfully thought about continuing to sing. And then we heard about other groups, 40 in Oregon that continue to sing, and they all got sick.
Oh.
So we voluntarily kind of backed away, and I'm very glad it started. The world needs more song. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no additional public comment for the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Nancy Harrison.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Nancy Harrison. I am the Executive Director of the Lake Tahoe Community College Foundation. I do want to thank the El Dorado County staff. I thought the application was very clear, and during the process when I had questions, they were very quick to respond. So that was very helpful during the process. And we are one of the grant recipients, I believe. I think the supervisors still need to approve, correct?
Yes.
But just wanted to say that we do serve El Dorado County residents. Many of our students are graduates of South Tahoe High School. We have a promise program that is really focused on completion for those students. So we provide additional support, peer support, counseling, book and supply stipend, so they can get through and get their AA degree in 2 years. We also give a lot of scholarships to students for all of our academic programs. And an area of focus for LTCC is our fire academy. And we are also starting a forestry program in the fall. So the grant will help us provide scholarships for students in those programs, which, as we all know, are very important projects and programs for El Dorado County. The Caldor fire had an impact that we in South Lake Tahoe were evacuated. Many of our students lost wages and had unexpected expenses with staying out of town, housing pets. So the foundation provided a Caldor relief grant to our students. So this grant will help us continue to support our students. And again, with COVID and Caldor fire, there just have been a lot of challenges for students. We have started providing mental health support for our students, both remote and in person. So this grant is very effective, and it will help us really make a difference in our students' lives here in El Dorado County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Now taking public comment from Melissa Neal. Can you please unmute yourself?
Oh,
you're still. Okay.
Try that. Oh,
hello.
There it is. There it is.
I think I have to hold my space bar down. Okay. Hi, Melissa Neal, Program Coordinator with El Dorado County Ag in the Classroom. On behalf of myself and the board, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and staff for providing a means for helping us get back on our feet after the impact of COVID. We work directly with students, teachers, and schools in El Dorado County, so we were not able to run our programs during the 2020 and 2021 school years. We are now reviving our Fields of Learning field trip program, and that's in coordination with a lot of local farms around, including Rainbow Orchards, Smoky Ridge, 24 Carrots. And we will be able to hold our annual Farm Day event at the fairgrounds, celebrating our 20-year anniversary, which we weren't able to celebrate last year, which would have been our 20-year anniversary, but we'll be celebrating it this year. So this economic development grant will help us, be a small nonprofit to continue to provide ag-focused education to our local schools. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Melissa.
Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board. Andy Nevis. I'm not sure if you know, but in addition to the other things I do, I'm also privileged to sit on the board of directors for the Shingle Springs Community Center. And I'm not here speaking on their behalf because I actually didn't notice that this was going to be on the agenda today until late last night. But that said, I know I'm sure they wouldn't mind me saying that we're extremely grateful for the board's support and the proposed grant award. I think every community center was hit very hard by COVID. There were a lot of plans in the works for retrofits and other improvement projects at the center, and those kind of had to be put on hold. And this funding will really help try to get some of that back going again. Your community centers across the county are really important gathering places for community events, and this support is certainly going to help the Shingle Springs Center get back into that groove. So I think I was on a phone call, but I think I might have heard Supervisor Parlin trying to even maybe bump us up a little bit. I can't speak to that because I didn't actually hear the full discussion, but
no, I did not say that,
What? No, no?
No.
Okay, I misheard then. I apologize. Ignore that. I didn't say
It's all
that.
good. It's all good.
We are certainly grateful for the, well, again, I can't speak on behalf of the board, but if they were here, I'm sure they would say that they are extremely grateful for the proposed amount. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Andy.
Sorry. Now taking public comment from Chase Jarvine.
Oh, he dropped off.
Okay, now taking public comment from M. Sarasik.
I think that's Miss Marcia. She's probably trying to get on there.
No. Okay. Now taking public comment from Heidi Doyle. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, how's this? Testing?
There. There you go, Heidi.
Hi. Hi, my name's Heidi Doyle. I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra State Parks Foundation. Thank you so much for the staff and the board. Staff did a great job, by the way. The Sierra State Parks Foundation believes that our Lake Tahoe, California state parks are unique treasures worthy of our support. We fund projects and education programs that connect visitors with our rich cultural heritage and natural resources, creating meaningful park experiences. Because of our work and advocacy, our 8 parks that we support will continue to be places of inspiration and education for future generations. Just as a side note for the board, our revenue in 2019 and 2020 for Vikings Home Tours. So we have a contract with state parks to provide the tours at Vikings Home and Emerald Bay State Park and at the Hellman Ermine Estate at Sugar Pine Point State Park. And we also run those visitor centers. And our average income in 19 and 20 was $302,591. Our revenue in 2020 was $2,236. That was us trying to give a Boy Scout try to keep the tours open, and it just didn't happen. This average loss really created a huge concern for our organization and our ability to return back to state parks. So I want to thank you for the approval, I hope, of $50,000, which will allow us to fully staff our visitor centers and provide welcoming visitor experiences to locals and visitors alike through our funding of state park maintenance and staff positions, as well as our own positions in operating these tours. And as a side note, we're excited because the evacuated furniture from Vikings Home that was taken out of Vikings Home and the Ermine Mansion are due to return the first week in May. So we're on target to open to the public for Memorial Day weekend. So thank you very much for this opportunity and your support of our California state parks.
Thank you, Heidi. That's great news.
Now taking public comment from Steve Tishara.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Parlin, members of the Board of Supervisors, Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. We would like to add our thanks to your staff and at your direction for this program and the 5 nonprofits from the South Shore area that you're hopefully going to grant to, including Heidi Doyle, Sierra State Park Foundation, and also Nancy Harrison, Lake Tahoe Community College Foundation. And if it's the board direction out of this item that you would like help from the Business Protection Work Group to give you some recommendations for how to spend the balance of the money, we are, as you know, an active member of the Business Protection Work Group, and we would be happy to serve again to provide the board with some input on that. But again, thank you to your staff and for this board and your guidance on expending this funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment from Dean Callis.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Dean.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am a current LTC student. I'm 19 years old. I actually wanted to take a few moments to attend this meeting and just express my gratitude towards the college and to Nancy Harrison. She did mention to me about this meeting, and I wanted to just express that I am firsthand one of the students that actually is like receiving the benefits of the grants that you guys are giving to help students like me achieve my college education. Not only did Nancy mention the Fire Academy and the forestry scholarships that they offer at LTCC. But grants like these helped students get mental health support, which is something that was major for me that I needed to utilize, especially during COVID, when I needed to adjust to the online learning. That was very difficult. But I just want to stand here and just say that I wouldn't be as successful as a college student if it weren't for these grants and for the support that the LTCC Foundation Board has given to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Sorry. Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hi, Debbie.
Awesome. Hey, this is the fun part of your job, right?
Yeah.
Finally.
So I echo my counterpart Steve's comments, and you've all done a really wonderful job, and your staff has done a good job on getting these dollars out to the nonprofits. I also want to hope that for your consideration of the other dollars that you all do agree to put the money back or open it up to the small business community. And I think your CAO alluded to caterers as one. Any business who was related to events, be weddings or, any kind of event, you're looking at caterers and party rentals and DJs and florists. I also want to remind you, wait, is my time right?
25 seconds. Go.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm sorry that I'm having some issues with the timer. It's left over from that previous person. Sorry.
Because I normally don't talk too long.
You don't.
But also, we do have a lot of small retail also that, if you remember, they were shut down because they were deemed non-essential by our state. So I'd like to encourage more than that $2,000 amount as well. We're also part of the business workforce group. I think that it has to be tied to the lost revenue, and compare it from pre-COVID to those 2 COVID years. But I think any additional help that you grant to the small business community really shows that we are a county who takes our business community seriously, and we want to be business friendly. So that's what I have. And thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Debbie. Sorry about the timer issue.
Now taking public comment from Susie Davies. Susie or Kelly? From Moore?
Can you
There
hear
we
us?
go. Yeah, there you are.
Wonderful. So this is actually Kelly Nuttall, Director of Finance and Fund Development with Moore. Susie's here as well. We just wanted to take a moment for one to thank the county staff. We found the application process very clear and easy, and when we had questions, they were very quick to respond. So we wanted to say thank you for that. We wanted to just reiterate our appreciation for the opportunity for Moore and the other worthy nonprofits that were listed. We were severely impacted by COVID-19 by having to cancel all of our fundraisers for 2021. In addition, trying to maintain our staffing while continuing to provide services for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in El Dorado County. We are just so grateful, and thank you guys so much for this opportunity to recuperate some of the losses that we sustained during that time. And again, just thank you all, and look forward to hopefully being approved here forward.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Susie.
Now taking public comment from Chase Javin.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Hi, Chase.
Hi, great. Well, thank you, supervisors. This is Chase Janvrin from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, and I was the representative for TPC in the Business Protection Work Group. I just quickly wanted to give Kyle some kudos for his leadership and thank him again for all of his effort bringing this group together and representing us so well. And then, just voice our support for the process that the Business Protection Work Group has gone through, that all of the research and discussion, a little bit of debate, I think has brought us to these recommendations that Kyle's proposed, and we support the process and we support the recommendation. And then to echo Debbie and Steve, we're here for any future efforts that we can do to help disperse the remaining funds. So thank you, supervisors, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Chase.
Now taking public comment from 601. Can you unmute yourself, please? This is our last public comment.
How do you unmute on a phone, Kim? It's
*6.
*6.
They're still muted. I'm not sure what you want to do.
Yeah. Oh,
no, they just dropped off.
They dropped off. Okay, I think then we'll say that was it for public comment on this item. So let's see. There was 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and number 4 actually said to direct staff to propose a program, and we already gave some input on that, CAO. So will that work then, kind of?
Yeah, I believe if the board is okay with everything, based on what I'm hearing, you just approve staff's recommendations as identified, and maybe direction to revisit the incomplete applications, is what I heard Supervisor Heidel say.
Absolutely.
For those who weren't recommended.
And then that other bit with the community funding, that'll come out of the budget ad hoc, you said, so that's separate, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that sound good to anybody to move that?
Do you need other direction on the remaining funds, or do you have sufficient direction on that?
That's included in recommendation number 4.
Okay.
Right. So if you just
I mean, but
the dialogue
you
was
have clarity.
sufficient to
That's
get
right.
an.
You have clarity from
Yes.
what? Okay, great.
Yes.
You didn't need anything else from us at this point.
No, ma'am.
Okay, great.
I'm going to move the item.
I'll second.
All right, Kim, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Good conversation, everyone. That was good. I know it is kind of fun to be able to do this, huh? Debbie had a good point.
Thanks,
Yeah. So with that,
Spending
we're
somebody
gonna
else's money, right? This is good.
Well, it's taxpayer dollars, always is. Item number 5 then, Kim.
Item number 5 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign 1, a resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters support a 2% special tax increase for the county's hotel/motel tax, also known as transient occupancy tax, thereby increasing the tax rate from 10% to 12%. And B, approve the following ballot measure language for the sole purpose of maintaining El Dorado County's existing roads in the unincorporated portion of West Slope. Shall an ordinance be adopted to increase the hotel/motel tax rate upon visitors of vacation home rentals, hotels, motels, and similar facilities in the unincorporated portion of the West Slope of El Dorado County from 10% to 12% of rent charged to the visitor, providing approximately $340,000 annually for road maintenance until repealed, ? 2, resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters support a 4% special tax increase to 1, to the county's hotel/motel tax, also known as transient occupancy tax, thereby increasing the tax from 10 to 14. And B, approve the following ballot measure language for the sole purpose of removing snow and maintaining El Dorado County's existing roads in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe area. Shall an ordinance be adopted to increase the hotel/motel tax rate upon visitors of vacation home rentals, hotels, motels, and similar facilities in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe area from 10% to 14% of rent charged to the visitor, providing approximately $2.5 million annually for snow removal and road maintenance until repealed? ?
That was a mouthful.
Yeah. Take a breath now, Cam.
Thank you, Kim. Tiffany Schmid with the Chief Administrative Office. I won't make a title that long again, Kim. I'm sorry. Sorry. So as Kim read, staff are seeking direction from the Board of Supervisors to place 2 measures on the November 8 ballot. The first would be for a 2% increase in TOT on the west slope, and the second would be for a 4% increase in TOT on the east slope. So next slide. Yep. The authority, well, currently county collects a 10% TOT rate, and it's a countywide rate, and it was adopted as a general tax, meaning that the county can utilize the funding that's received from that for general governmental purposes. And I think our last item exemplified that well when we were going through the budget process for that. So the revenue and taxation code is where the authority comes from to collect that TOT, and the 10% rate is codified in the county's ordinance in chapter 3.28. And that rate was established in 2004. So regional TOT rates are somewhat complex actually, and they vary widely throughout the region. So you will see with this chart on the west slope, they range from 8 to 15%. And on the east slope, they range from 10 to 14%, plus an additional $4 to $5.50 per night. And the point in showing you this is to demonstrate that the increases that we are recommending are within this range that you see on the 2 slopes. This should look familiar. It was in our last presentation, and it's just to demonstrate how the TOT revenue has increased quite significantly over the past several years. Just to restate, in fiscal year 2014-15, we had about 2.8 million. And this current fiscal year, we are projecting 8.25 million. And again, you know, as you saw with and heard with our last, not this last item, but the budget item, that with the increase in this revenue, of course, came an increase in impacts, and the board certainly has recognized that. So there has been a change in the board's philosophy in allocating those resources to focus on balancing the need for tourism with the impacts of tourism, especially when it comes to public safety and impacts on roads. And given how important a source of revenue this has become, staff is bringing this recommendation forward to the board to consider placing the 2 measures on the ballot. Again, that revenue by slope should look familiar. We received the majority of the TOT comes from the east slope, that's 6.4 million or 78%, and then the 1.8 million on the west slope or 22%. The proposed strategy for this, this is the voting area map that we're proposing. So as I noted, we're looking at 2 different measures, one for the west slope and one for the east slope. So the west slope there is defined by the tan area. East slope, we're actually calling it Tahoe area, not the Tahoe Basin, because it goes beyond the boundaries of the Tahoe Basin, is the area that you see in green. So on the west slope portion, we would be taking the rate from 10% to 12%. And an important distinction there is that we are proposing to maintain that base 10% TOT that's collected countywide, maintaining that as a general tax, but then the proposed 2% increase here would be a special tax, and that would be dedicated solely to road maintenance. It's a higher threshold, higher voter approval threshold, but for those who were here, 4 years ago, we did bring a measure forward. It was a general tax to increase TOT countywide, and that measure did fail. We're thinking if we have a special tax with a specific plan in place, hopefully there's a greater success of it being approved. So similarly on the east slope, same strategy as far as it being a special tax. However, we're looking at a 4% increase versus the 2% increase. So this is the proposed language for the 2% increase. I can read it aloud if you would like, and maybe for the benefit of those who may just be listening. And then keeping in mind that there's legal requirements to the language that has to be included here. There's a limit on the number of words that can be included. We need to state that it is that, the amount that we're anticipating, an estimated amount, a term, and the purpose. Did I miss anything, council? Okay. So the proposed language for the West Slope is for the sole purpose of maintaining El Dorado County's existing roads in the unincorporated portion of the West Slope, shall an ordinance be adopted to increase the hotel motel tax rate upon visitors of vacation home rentals, vacation home rentals, hotels, motels, and similar facilities in the unincorporated portion of the West Slope of El Dorado County from 10% to 12% of rent charged to the visitor, providing approximately $340,000 annually for road maintenance until repealed.
Quick question,
Yes,
Tiffany.
ma'am.
This won't qualify as as a self-help county, will it?
Unfortunately, no.
Has to be sales tax.
And
Sales tax.
Yes.
I thought so. I just had to ask.
And yes, nope, the executive director of the Transportation Commission and I work closely, and he definitely tried, and we were not successful in that. So,
Doggone it. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I had a question. If anybody, can we go back really? Does anybody else have a question before we go on to the next one?
I have a comment, but go ahead, Lori.
Well, I'm just, the way that it's worded, and, I know, I get it. There's requirements and limits and all that stuff. But in the staff report on Legistar, I felt some of the words in there were clearer. So it goes blah, 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 10 to 12% of rent charged to the visitor, comma. And then in the staff report, it says something like the additional revenue. And then it could go on providing approximately, because to me, the way that this is worded, it's really not clear that it's just that 2%. The addition is going to go directly to, and I know it's wordsmithing, but to me, when I first read it, I went, it's not as clear as I thought. The staff report verbiage was super clear, but it's more layman, I know, in the staff report. And I get the legal stuff. So, and I'm guessing we're out of words, right?
I think you have 2 left.
Okay, so I'm just saying, if somehow it could be reflect the language in the staff report where it just said, the additional revenue providing approximately blah blah blah, something like that, to make it clear. It's the additional is only solely going to because the original 10% is going to be staying wherever it was, but I'm just thinking a little bit of clarification might help. That was my biggest thing when I first read it. I don't know if anybody else saw it that way, but to me, it could be a little more clear.
I read it as a separate ordinance to increase by 2%, the current 10% solely for this purpose, but you can read it multiple ways, and the clearer we can make it, I absolutely agree.
Yeah. Well, and part of the problem too is that we're very familiar with where we're trying to go. So I was, trying to think of somebody that isn't, as clear,
Right.
familiar as we are, that it's only the additional revenue. That would be my only comment. So we'll see how that goes. Carry on, Tiffany.
So the thing that's come up in these in the past is accountability. I mean, people were concerned, okay, if there's a higher TOT tax, how do we know it's getting spent for the intended purposes? This going directly for road maintenance, I would think the accountability would be through our DOT, showing that revenue stream and the expenditure stream, and that being a transparent item that anybody in the public or visitor can get to understand how that money was being used, should provide that transparency, the documentation, et cetera. So people know where the money is being used. It's not being diverted to some special project. So I think that's an important part of it. And I don't know if you have to set up a separate sub account to do that, to show the additional, $340,000 in revenue and traceability. Here's where it was spent in maintaining the roads. I don't want to get overly detailed, but the accountability thing I think is huge in terms of letting the taxpayers know that there is direct accountability, there is transparency. And the emphasis is this is for visitors of these facilities. It's not a self-imposed tax for the existing residents unless you use those facilities. And that's your choice, right? So I think when we get to the campaigning part, which we can't do, we can provide information, but when we look at who do we coordinate with to have that campaign led and make it very, very clear, the transparency, where this money is going to be spent, the accountability, and the fact that this is not something that's going to add to your bill unless you use these facilities, consistent with what visitors would do, right? And many of us visit hotels or motels or timeshares or whatever, and we pay these fees every year. But by far, I think that's the fairer way to present it. So the honest way to present it. It's how do you communicate that? So that's the only comment I had.
Yeah, can that be part of the reporting? Kind of like what we do with SB1. There's an SB1 thing where we actually designate it, and it's really easy to see where that goes. Would this be too much work to do that though? Because
Raphael's shaking his head. Yes, we can do that. You want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. He's going to give some clarity for us. Thanks,
Yay,
Raphael.
thank you.
Of course, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. That is not a problem. We can simply incorporate that as part of the same documentation we provide when we do SB1. So it's like you said, it would just be one more document. I can tell you though that for the 350,000 that would be in the West Slope, it would probably you can't do a project.
No.
Right. It's supplementing something else.
So,
Yeah.
I'll let you know, you can't expect us to do much with that other than provide additional, let's say, road rehabilitation, pavement repairs, pothole or asphalt repairs. We would probably be lumped into that. But the portion that you see here for the 4% in the Tahoe area, that we would definitively be able to have either projects and or purchases of equipment that would be clearly identified as designated from this
Dedicated
budgeting area to the money that was spent and or allocated for this purpose.
That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. And I did realize that the 350,000 would be harder to, it doesn't go as far as the 2.5 million. So yeah, definitely easier to account for 2.5 million. The other might just be an add-on to, like you said, an existing project or something. Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you,
Okay.
Raphael.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
And then I have the same comment on this one too, since they're kind of the same language, is if we could take that additional revenue somehow, so it's really clear that this is additional revenue only that's being specifically designated. That'd be, I think, really clarifying, if it's possible.
So by my count, because we words used to denote a geographic place count only as one word for purposes of the elections code.
Oh, that's
I
true.
believe that we, and if my count's correct, for the West Slope, I believe we're at 69 words. For the Tahoe measure, we're at 73 words. So I would propose in the statement where it states providing approximately the specified amount, providing an additional approximately the specified amount. If those two words would meet your intent, I think we could add those to each of them and still remain within our 75 word limit.
Nice.
Yeah.
The word additional helps.
Does that work, Lori?
I think that's perfect. Thank you for understanding my brain.
Sounds good. Good clarity.
So just verifying, adding an additional prior to the estimated dollar amount on each of the measures, correct?
Yeah, whether you think it should go before or after the word approximately, I'll leave to your discretion.
Yeah, whichever one it reads better.
Think we're ready to go on?
Yes. So next slide, Kim. So Raphael was hitting on this a little bit, but I asked him just to give some priorities here. What would we do if we had this additional funding? So he indicated priority 1 for West Slope would be surface treatments, priority 2, road repairs, and priority 3, drainage improvements. And then in the Tahoe area, the priorities would be road rehabilitation and surface treatments, snow removal equipment, and drainage improvements. This is just a recitation of staff's recommendations. So we recommend that the Board of Supervisors sign resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters to support a 2% special tax increase to the county's TOT rate, thereby increasing the tax rate from 10% to 12% on visitors of vacation home rentals, hotels, and motels in the unincorporated portion of the west slope of El Dorado County, and to sign a resolution for the November 2022 election to place a ballot measure requesting voters to support a 4% special tax increase to the county's TOT rate, thereby increasing the tax rate from 10% to 14% on visitors of vacation home rentals, hotels, and motels in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe area of El Dorado County. And if the board approves this recommendations, the next steps will be to begin a public education process. We're already in the process of developing an informational flyer and a website and establishing community meetings. And then there are some steps that we would follow with elections. We'd provide them with a defined map that we showed in this presentation, as well as the resolutions, the draft ordinance that is included with this item, and then the elections will set the dates and publish the notices in the paper informing the voters when they can submit their arguments for or against the measures. That concludes my presentation.
Wow. Is there any further board discussion on this?
I do have some additional thoughts here. I know timing always comes up. I mean, why is now better than, a year or two away, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we have to kind of understand the probability of this being successful. I think that probability increases substantially if we identify this as addressing impacts from tourism. We're asking you to approve an additional amount of monies for road maintenance as a result of the impacts of tourism, recognizing the Board of Supervisors has taken a substantially different approach to TOT revenues in terms of trying to recognize that with the previous approvals that we've had with our fire departments, with all the service agencies, et cetera. This is just an additional aid to try to make sure that those impacts from tourism are addressed. And I think if we can convey that properly, most people will understand it. And I'm going to say maybe only 25% of the residents of the county end up paying TOT taxes for something in El Dorado County. I don't know what the number is, but it's relatively small. But it's a way, again, of addressing those impacts. The key thing, in my opinion, is who we get to help coordinate the campaigning. Because that constant messaging, that answering of questions, the presence on social media, to make sure that everybody has a real clear understanding of what this is all about is the key to success. And if we're not effective in providing the information for others to do the campaigning, I suspect that both of these measures may fail. But I think it's that communication part. So have we been able to align organizations to help us with the campaign who will take a very active role? I mean, in the past, we used the Veterans Affairs Commission. And we used the chamber, and those were not necessarily the most successful approaches to try to get additional revenues. But I would hope they would join in with others. So can you help me understand who we've talked to and who we think are part of this coalition?
Well, we've been waiting for more direction before we reached out to anyone, but we've been working with DOT. We have an extensive list of agencies, everyone that we can possibly think of that we could engage with that could carry the water for the county on this effort. So that will be part of the, when I lined out what we were doing there coming forward, reaching out to the community and having Raphael did come up and talk and share about what you did with, I know you did it with your sales tax item, but
yeah,
sure.
Just reaching out to community members.
Back when I first started working for the county, and Brian Mullins, my deputy director of maintenance, brought to my attention the lack of revenue that we were experiencing in El Dorado County was just deteriorating and setting us back year after year. We weren't getting to our ditching, weren't getting to our road pavement and rehabilitation, which was perpetuating the degree of degradation to our roadways, to where we weren't getting ourselves out of the hole. We were just digging ourselves further. So I started what I amusingly called the Road Fund Roadshow. And so I spoke to several communities, fire districts, taxpayers associations, chambers of commerce, school districts, just to get their attention, bring this to everyone's level of degree of knowledge that if we don't do something now, we are just going to be much worse off later on down the road, and then might not ever be able to dig ourselves up. And not that necessarily I was going to propose a sales tax. We were going to further have a discussion, but then at the time in early 2020, COVID came in, and so we shelved that. But as Tiffany said, I've created an extensive list of communities, of resources, just advocates of this county that are engaged and willing to make that heavy lift for us and with us to educate the public that without further assistance, we're not going to be able to provide emergency access, ingress, egress, vegetation management, roadway ditching and drainage facility improvements. Those aren't going to be accomplished. We're only going to be able to meet the bare minimums of maintaining our bridges and our roads, and then everything else will be further behind than ever before. So I believe that once we have direction from you, I can work with the CAO's office to setting up that list that would be beneficial of not only public and community agencies, but also private as well, and getting their assistance to helping us get the messaging out.
So let me reflect. I know that Sacramento County is looking at a sales tax measure, and they've actually got an organization that's leading the charge there. It's a business related organization, kind of a different scenario, but they have someone who's orchestrating that coalition, and they have a lot of support from various organizations, including the Southeast Connector, because they all would share from the benefits of having that additional sales tax revenue in their case. It seems incumbent upon us to find that leadership role, and it can't be within the county, but somebody who's willing to take the lead and help us distribute that information, do some polling, do some things to know that we're headed down the right path with that messaging. Because if you get the right messaging out, I think most people will understand it. But there's an approach to it, I guess, that will be successful. And if there isn't somebody that leads it and it's just everybody do the best you can, it never quite works out as well as you would think it would. So I would hope we could find that entity, and I'm willing to reach out to the organizations working with Sacramento County. I've started a relationship with them to see if they could help us, or if they can't, is there some other similar organization who could help us lead that campaign? Not that the county's going to lead it. They need to lead it, but we can provide the information. So I want to be clear with my language, but if we can't identify some organization to really take that lead role, then I'm guessing we're not going to be real successful, because it's a day-to-day
And I'm going to piggyback on
interpretation.
that. It's not just an educational campaign, but it's actually taking on the campaign, to setting it up financially, to getting donations, to getting the website and the signs and all of that. I love the idea of another roadshow where the county can continue to educate and help direct that message, but it has to be an entity that will take on a ballot measure campaign, which is not an easy thing.
And it might have to be two separate ones. We got two different districts, and I'm almost thinking they have to be separate because the interests are totally different. So you're really looking, I think, at two.
I'm sure it will be, because the messaging will be different in the different basin as opposed to the West.
Ideally, it would be two and not just one, but yeah.
Right, you're right. I have a question for legal on this. To what degree can we as staff or supervisors participate in coordinating with a group to either, assist them, to educate them? What degree of participation can we and can't we do?
Yeah, I kind of anticipated that this question would come up today. And I think that I will answer your question, but I also think it would be good as we move forward with this, should it be approved today, that if there are specific activities that a board member or staff are proposed to engage in, that we have a conversation about that to make sure that it isn't violating any of these prohibitions.
Okay.
So with that said, the government code actually sets forth in pretty clear language kind of the extent of the county's authority in this regard. It states that an officer, employee, or consultant of a local agency may not expend or authorize the expenditure of any funds of the local agency to support or oppose the approval or rejection of a ballot measure or the election or defeat of a candidate by the voters. It does further provide, however, that this does not prohibit the expenditure of local agency funds to provide information to the public about the possible effects of a ballot measure on the activities, operations, or policies of the local agency. If certain conditions are met, that it be constitutional and that the information is an accurate, fair, and impartial presentation of the facts. So this issue's come up where there's a couple cases that talk about it, and the cases generally look to whether there's some sort of express advocacy as being kind of that defining line, but frankly, the courts have said that there is no bright line, rule that they've established. You do kind of need to look at each particular circumstance, and it can vary depending upon the nature of the agency's practices. For example, an agency that used a regular newsletter that it sent out to provide information about a measure, that was found to be totally permissible.
Okay, good.
But the court was clear to note that's because that was their regular practice to send out a periodic newsletter.
Got it.
It's essentially suggesting that if you are sending special publications that are not part of your regular practice, that might be considered some form of advocacy as opposed to just simply delivering information. And so I say this just to note how factually sensitive the inquiry can be, which is why I do think if there's going to be certain activities proposed, that we have a conversation
Sounds good.
about what those would be. And there's some guidance that the Institute for Local Government has put out that I know I've shared with some of you, perhaps all of you, I can't recall, but I can certainly recirculate that just to kind of, so everybody's on the same page, at least to help identify some of the issues.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll have ongoing dialogue on this.
Certainly.
So, and I think Supervisor Hartle, you hit a strong point that the message, when we did a sales tax measure for the city of Placerville, it was successful with I think 76% voter approval, which was amazing. The message that really resonated in that campaign was, is helping our residents understand, do they want to bear the full brunt of maintenance on our roadways? Or do they want to have the visitors that come and enjoy our county participate in that? And that was a resounding message. So I think you're on the right track.
Yep.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Mark. The biggest thing that I was thinking about, is we put out our newsletter all the time. So we'll get any kind of clarification for you before we send something like that out.
All right, kicking it over to our virtual supervisors.
No, that was good. That was exactly the question I had. So I appreciate that conversation. And Supervisor Novacell, are you good?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to switch over to my phone. I'm having problems with my computer. So yeah, I've worked on a lot of these. I understand a lot of limitations, but bottom line is, yeah, we have a stronger TOT tax base in South Lake Tahoe, and I'm hopeful with the right education that we can get people to understand how important it is for us to be able to fund all these mechanisms that we need to do in order to keep our tourism industry moving forward and our locals at a satisfactory infrastructure. So anyway, yeah, I totally approve of this. I'm very excited to the fact of getting more money to our roads. It's so needed. So thank you, Raphael, for bringing it in. Looking forward to all the help we can bring to make it possible.
Absolutely. So with that, then, are we ready for a public comment? You got everybody? Yes?
I think so.
Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 5. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Dennis Springs. Just wanted to comment a couple of things. First of all, the only difference between West Slope and Tahoe area is the amount of money that was clearly articulated. And also there's equipment element in the Tahoe area of priority 2 versus the West Slope, which did not have equipment in there. Which I thought was kind of weird because, the 340,000 could go towards a purchase of a piece of equipment if it was found to be necessary. So I wanted to bring that up as some clarity on those two proposals. The second thing is success comes from obviously knowing what you're doing. And also making sure that there is that there's no confusion. And so I heard today, even to the point of making sure that ballot measure language was within the law and it was clearly articulated. It is going to be a critically important thing. I know in the state of California how important ballot measure language is and confuses people sometimes, but we're going to be better than that. The second or the third thing I wanted to say is that we don't know, because we can't look ahead, how many other jurisdictions might have ballot measures. So that's another thing, is to get started now, because then people hear what you're doing and then they'll decide whether they want to go, knowing that we're going to go forward. So hopefully we can get this thing moving quickly. We did talk about it at the Taxpayers Association, only in the fact that, and I commented, as your CAO would know, I comment a lot. I said, okay, that your decision today decides what the Taxpayers Association, where we go in the future. Meaning if you didn't take any action today, then there's nothing to do. And so I was just letting them know, we reserved, taxpayers would reserve the idea to hopefully give you some ideas of how we see it. And hopefully we want to, not hopefully, but we want to do it in a positive way. So I'm very gratified again by staff's work, and they've done a nice job. Good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I think that's it, the boardroom.
I'm now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Steve Tashara.
Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, Chair Parlin and members of the Board of Supervisors. On behalf of Tahoe Chamber, Steve Tashara. This is a very interesting set of proposals. A couple things I could say today. One is that, you know, with regard to the Tahoe Basin area of the county, and I'm sure you hear it elsewhere, you know, snow removal, lack thereof, roads, your DOT administrator has, you know, clearly laid out the problem. We know it's a problem and we know it needs a solution. So certainly we hear it. We've been working this week to prepare questions. We're doing a District 5 Supervisorial Candidates Forum Thursday evening of this week, and we hear a lot about the lack of snow removal and the issue of roads. So we know those are issues. The second is that, you know, we at Tahoe Chamber have a process whereby we go through to determine if we're going to take a position on an issue like this at some point in time. In the meantime, we want to educate ourselves, our members, and our community. So I can say that we would be happy to participate in the educational outreach to make sure that people understand what the issues are, what's at stake. And it seems like, you know, we know that the trend of local folks is often to ask the visitors to pay a share. So we think that on its face, as presented today, the proposal makes sense. We have to withhold our official position on it until later, but certainly we can commit to you that we will help educate the community about why this is needed and necessary. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, any further board discussion? Are we ready for a motion?
I just have one additional question of county council. What is the ability of the board to work with another organization as opposed to a private entity in terms of providing the information so they can do the campaigning? I'll just throw out one that's just kind of came across my head, the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Since we're talking about transportation and roadways and improvements and the impacts on Highway 50, would that be a violation if they were to accept some kind of a role in leading a campaign where we're not providing funding to them?
So I think they might still fall within the definition of local agency for purposes of the prohibition on expenditure of public funds. Again, for, you know, if there were a private organization or an agency that isn't subject to the same restriction, again, we could certainly provide informational material that is 100% okay under the statute, and then they could use that as they see fit. that particular example, I think might be problematic because of the Transportation Commission is
I'm thinking staff time though, not expenditure of paying checks for campaign material to be mailed out, et cetera. Just the staff time to coordinate with other agencies. Does that bridge over that fuzzy line?
the staff time is an expenditure of public resources.
Right.
So I think that I don't want to get hung up on whether there's an actual outlay of cash versus the use
Okay.
of public resources in terms of staff time. Again, I think that the issue with the Transportation Commission is that they are also a public agency, presumably subject to the same restriction. So that might not be the best agency to utilize. If there were a private one, I think providing information is fair game. And I as I noted earlier, this issue isn't at all clear. We've got some guidance, but even the courts have indicated that it can be difficult. So that's why I think I want to continue to have these conversations as we have some ideas, whether it's individually with supervisors or with transportation, with CAO staff, as they're coming up with some ideas for outreach. And this way we can make sure we're staying within the limits of the law.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody good?
So with that, I will move the recommendation with the additional language for clarity on the ballot measures as noted.
I'd like to second. Oh, go ahead, George. So we have a motion and a second. Kim, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote? Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Good work, everyone. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. We got some work ahead of us. We have some closed session items to take care of. County Council, do you anticipate we'll have to report out on those?
I do not.
Okay, so with that, then the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 6 through 8 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you, everyone. And we're now going to go into closed session.